Good morning to one and all present here for the India Stack Knowledge Exchange of Digital India Week 2020. I, Vanshika Singh, on behalf of Ministry of Electronics and IT Department, welcome you to the first session of the day, Building Aadhaar. We have amongst us the esteemed leaders from the Digital India ecosystem who will be enlightening us on various topics. To begin with, we have Dr. Ram Sevak Sharma, who is the Chief Executive Officer of National Health Authority. Dr. Sharma is a retired Indian Administrative Service Officer of Jharkhand cadre. He also served as the chairman of the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India as secretary of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology and as the chief secretary to the state government of Jharkhand. Dr. Sharma was founding director general and mission director of UIDAI and was a part of leadership team that built and launched Aadhaar, the world's largest digital identity platform. He has captured the experience of building Aadhaar in his recently published book, Making of Aadhaar, World's Largest Identity Platform. The second speaker will be Dr. Saurabh Garg, who is presently the CEO of the Unique Identification Authority of India. Dr. Garg is an IAS officer of Orissa cadre and has worked in the Departments of Expenditure and Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, and as advisor at the World Bank, Washington, DC. Prior to joining the IAS, he was working with the Tata Administrative Service. He has worked on areas like digitalizing agriculture, direct income transfer scheme for farmers, formation of National Investment and Infrastructure Fund, improving the foreign direct investment policies, and preparing the framework for digital payment, etc. Dr. Garg will cover the topic which is on current state of Aadhaar and will also be moderating the session for today. The third speaker for the day is Mr. Suresh Seti. He has over 3 decades of diversified global experience in the financial service industry, currently serving as the MD and CEO of Protein eGov Technologies Limited, which was formerly known as NSDL eGovernance Infrastructure Limited. Mr. Suresh served previously as the Additional Secretary, Government of India, and Founder Chief Executive Officer of India Post Payments Bank. For his contribution to the financial service sector, Mr. Suresh has been recognized by the Asian Banker and also recognized as the CEO of the Year at the India Banking Summit and Awards 2019. He will be covering the topic eKYC and eSign. The fourth speaker for the day is Dr. Pramod Verma, who is the CTO of A-Step, or a non-for-profit creating learner-centric technology-enabled platform aiming to provide learning opportunity millions of children in India. In addition, he continues to be the chief architect of Aadhaar. He is also the architect of various India stack layers such as eSign, Digital Locker, and Unified Payment Interface, all of which are now working at population scale in India. Dr. Verma will be speaking on the topic Technology, Architecture, and Use of Emerging Tech. Now, I hand over the session to our moderator for the day, Dr. Saurabh Garg. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vanshika, and a pleasure to be on this August panel. So I think the flow of the scheme of the session has already been mentioned. So I'll straight away ask Dr. R.S. Sharma to speak on laying the foundation of Aadhaar. Over to you, Dr. Sharma.
Thank you very much, Saurabh. Thank you very much, Vanshika, and all our other panelists, Dr. Pramod Verma, Suresh Seti, and Abhishek also is visible here. Of course, not live, but visible. So. And you know, it's a pleasure to be amongst friends because I have worked with most of you for many long years, and we are all familiar with the ground in which we are going to talk about today. I will not be really talking in detailed terms because in the 10 minutes of time you can't really go deeper into any issue as such. but I'll just give you a little background as to how this whole journey of Aadhaar began. So the India has had a very serious problem of providing subsidies, help to individual families or even individuals. And the problem of duplicates and ghosts, like many other countries, was a very, very prevalent problem. And everybody was trying to solve that problem. But somehow it was eluding solutions. So in 2006, there was a group formed under the late Dr. Sri Pranab Mukherjee, the then External Affairs Minister, to essentially, study this problem. And this was an IT department's problem, which is basically providing unique identities to BPL families of this country. This was the context in which this group was set up. And this group started working, and first they tried figuring out as to whether the existing databases, which are the PDS database, the BPL database, and many other databases, whether they could be used to construct a database which is unique and inclusive, unique and exhaustive in the sense that it includes everything. Now, this attempt was made, and Wipro was the consultant to that attempt, and they kind of did a lot of study and brought out multiple volumes of reports, and they figured out that only 26% of the overall data is a common data, which probably is everywhere same. Otherwise, because of the difference in names, difference in other kinds of things, it was not possible. So therefore, what this committee decided, what the group of ministers, actually empowered group of ministers, EGOM, decided that let there be a unique identification authority of India constituted, and they should be provided this job of creating unique identities to individuals. And this was decided in the end of 2008. And in January of 2009, the notification for Unique Identification Authority of India was issued. And then this authority started working actually from July 2009 onwards. And the authority had two basic issues, which actually, there were a lot of terms of reference, but two were very, very important. And this important part was create unique identities for every resident of India, number one. And number two was essentially to ensure that how do we provide identities to everybody. Because basically, if you create identity on the basis of some other identity paper, then it's a circular process. How do you bootstrap that process of creating identity for those who do not have one? And when we went into the question, the only thing which came out of this was that the biometrics is the only solution to ensure uniqueness. There is no other way to do that. So biometric came into the picture. And then we also realized that biometrics at that scale has never been done, deduplication has never been done in the whole world. So it was in a way moonshot. It was in a way very unique, attempt which we were making, and obviously there are failures, possibilities of failures in such kind of attempt. Then the question was, what biometric do we collect? And then the question came, yes, we can collect fingerprint. There also we found out that fingerprints, that maximum accuracy, even of a European fingerprints, which are much more, probably sharper. Our fingerprints are, because of the manual laborers and other things, they get really, erased in some sense. Only 95% accuracy could be achieved, which means that out of a population of 120 crores, 6% of that, which is 5% of that, which is the inaccurate part, that is 6 crore. So the possibility was 6 crore people will continue to have more than one identity, one number. So that's actually a bad kind of situation. So we then went in for iris. And then, of course, we did a lot of POCs, a lot of pilots in the country. Then we finally rolled out, and it took about 15 months to roll out the first Aadhaar number. We named it as Aadhaar, because Aadhaar is actually a word which is in multiple languages of the country. And the first Aadhaar was rolled out on 29th of September, if I remember correctly, 2010. So which is just about 15 months or 14 months after this. So we took a lot of time in designing, then sort of creating an ecosystem of enrollment agencies. And the other thing which we did was our chairman, Mr. Nandan Nilekani, actually he evangelized this whole concept. He went out and met almost every chief minister in the country, and there was a bipartisan political support for this this effort, and that is how this whole entire effort started. Then political support was there. We also actually experimented with a truly public-private partnership kind of architecture. This was the first project which actually assimilated a lot of the private people. Dr. Pramod Verma is the chief architect who is in this panel. He actually is a highly qualified person, doctorate from Cornell, I suppose. I don't remember the university, Dr. Verma. But he has been, and he is a top-rate architect in the whole country. So that is how we got Pramod, we got many other people, and because of Nandan's sort of influence in the private sector, we got a lot of these volunteers working for Aadhaar in the private sector. So that's another part which actually created a very agile structure, which actually ensured the rollout and also technology part, because it was largely a technology driven project. Technology was working very, very deep into this project. So that's one part. Then of course this also actually brought out a number of lessons for us. One was how to do large scale technology projects, because large scale technology projects cannot be done by some joint secretary sitting in some ministry, in some department. It cannot be done. It has to have a very, very special purpose, institution, an organization which actually should drive and which should have a market driven part. Second thing which we realized, this is the first project where the money paid was based on outcomes. It is not based on how much effort you make. No, how much outcome you give me, then I'll give you the money. So we decided initially that we will give 50 rupees per Aadhaar number generated to these states or to any registrars. And we actually brought in private sector registrars, also the banks, the LIC, and many India Post and other things. Then this became the first project which actually, after a couple of years, we reduced the rate to 40 rupees per Aadhaar. Typically, projects increase in number, their budget estimates increase. We brought down from 50 to 40. And actually, we have, in that way, we have been able to generate and enroll, generate and communicate Aadhaar. And we gave 26 rupees to India Post per Aadhaar for delivering the letter. The total money is less than 100 rupees per Aadhaar. So while the UK's identity project was 135 British pounds per ID, our Aadhaar is less than £1 per identity. This is the cost effectiveness. So the number of, this is one part, outcome based payments. Incentive alignment, everybody was actually aligned. The states were trying to maximize the number of Aadhaar generated. The enrollment agencies were trying to maximize. Even the enrollment agent was being paid on the basis of how many Aadhaar data he captured and how many Aadhaars his data generated. And therefore, it became an altogether incentive aligned structure. Then the next thing, which I think is very, very important, there should be no function creep. IT projects have the propensity to do a lot of function creep, which means they start with something, then they say, I can do this also, I can do this also. We ensure that we just do two things. One, we generate an identity number to each individual based on his or her biometrics, number one. So unique ID to every resident. Secondly, we said we will provide an authentication service. And these are the only two things which we will do. And that's the only two things which they do now. Of course, there are many flavors of authentication, which is electronic KYC and of course, e-sign. Not e-sign really, electronic KYC or the authentication. And then there are multiple products which are collectively described as India Stack today. So this is how this whole thing is started, and we continued that we will say X is X, that's all. We prove identity. And this was the world's first project where identity was pure identity without eligibility. I mean, so much so that even citizenship was not included in this. So citizenship we considered as an eligibility, and determination of citizenship is a legal process. So we said, let's not get into that. So this is the identity without eligibility, and then this identity can be plugged into anything. And that is what is modular design, which is just plugged to every domain to provide service, because establishing identity was the common problem. And that point in time, people did not have identity. And believe me, there are 40% of the people who did not have any verifiable identity at that point in time. And they gave ration cards, they gave Mukhiya certificates and all that. So I think the Aadhaar has solved these problems. I'll stop here because I think I've already run out of my 10 minutes of time. Thank you very much for sort of inviting me to this. Aadhaar is a subject which is very close to my heart, and of course I keep on troubling Saurabh with all kinds of propositions, suppositions, and and kind of requests. But that's how this is. Happy to be here in this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Your passion clearly shows in what you spoke just now, and pleasure to hear you. I think I am on next, so I will just take the opportunity to share my screen. I hope the screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll be speaking on the current state of Aadhaar. I think you've heard an excellent exposition of how Aadhaar developed and what were the thinking behind it. And it seems very simple, but to be able to do a project at scale of 1.3 billion is something which is really amazing, because nothing of this level had ever been tried when the work started in 2006, and finally in 2010, the first Aadhaar came up. I'll just give a brief background of some of the issues which were already covered by Dr. Sharma. But just to say that while some people had multiple IDs, there were a large number of people who had no ID at all. And obviously, there was no ID which was nationally acceptable. And what is more important is verifiable or authenticable across the country. And because of that, there was always the doubt that whether in the different programs that we have, whether there are duplicates and there are fakes. And all this led to the rationale which Dr. Sharma was talking about. Sorry, I'm not able to. Yeah. So, so what are the key features of Aadhaar which lend the strength to Aadhaar? Obviously, it's portable because it's based on biometrics, so that you carry it with you wherever you are going. The uniqueness is ensured primarily because of that, because of the biometrics that you have fingerprint, you have the iris and the face, and all the three, all these are unique to a person. It's a lifetime identity because it stays with you all through. It's a random number, which now increasingly people are realizing that that was an excellent concept, that had no intelligence and there's no privacy. And the minimal resident data has been collected, which also led to its being able to be scaled up so fast and across the different states. The present status is that we've generated 133 crore Aadhaars since 2010, and out of which 127 crore are the people, excluding the people who have expired in the meantime. If you look at the bottom table on the right side, you will see that for adults who are above the age of 18, we have reached a stage where there is 100% of the adults in India now have an Aadhaar, which is, I think, no mean achievement. And there are pockets where there are certain remote areas or inaccessible areas, etc., where the saturation is slightly lower. And it's really the 0 to 18 year group where our focus is. And that is but natural, because every year we have around 2.5 to 2.7 crore births. And that's the focus that we will have. Now people are obviously updating their Aadhaars much more. Last year we had 16 crore updates. People are updating their photographs, their address, and there could be small changes in names, etc. So all these things are what is the field staff that is focusing on. The authentication landscape, which is where people are, this is what is used to be able to verify the Aadhaar. I won't get into too many details, just one or two things that we don't allow non-trusted partners to access our data servers, and that's very important given the kind of data that we have. And so therefore we have the service agencies, who are essentially telecom agencies and other such, who have through whom the access is done. And any Aadhaar holder, obviously this is all opaque to that person, but there is a complex firewalls, a complex system behind that, through which all the messages pass through. And we've now reached a stage where we do more than 7 crore authentications a day. I think it's the volume which you can see that is being used across the country for people to do this kind of authentication. There are 4 provisions under the law under which this authentication is done. I'm not getting into the details of these laws, but essentially there can be a mandatory authentication which can be enabled through Section 4(7), where there is a law required to be made by the Parliament, and only in those circumstances it can be done. And the other area which is nearly mandatory is if there is a receipt of a subsidy, benefit or service, then the government can specify that the Aadhaar should be used, keeping in view to avoid any duplication and ghosts. There is also the voluntary use allowed under the good governance rules, which anything which promotes the ease of living or enables better access of service, that is what people can use Aadhaar. And therefore we have more than nearly 1,000 odd schemes of the central and state government which are using Aadhaar under different programs and schemes of the government. Apart from the authentication, there is also what we call verification, and the difference on the two is that verification is done based without pinging on the data servers of UIDAI. So there are 2 essential methods. There is a secure QR code which is there on every PVC card or Aadhaar card, which has, we can read that. So if anyone shows that hard copy of the Aadhaar, just to check whether it's been photoshopped, one can just read the QR code where it will show the photograph and the demographics, and you can check visually with the person opposite you whether it's the same person. And it's a very simple method. And the other is there can be a machine language file which can be shared by the resident to any person that they trust and they are willing to allow them to verify them. So that's the other method that can do. And this itself, we are having a number of people in lakhs on a daily basis that people are using this method also. Some of the recent initiatives, I think Dr. Sharma mentioned, all the costs have gone down. And I think that's precisely what we have done with authentication also, that it's free for all government agencies, and the offline verification is also free for anyone. So any shopkeeper, if they want to verify that a salesman that they have appointed, whether that salesman actually is bearing that name, or they can just use the QR code of the Aadhaar to verify whether that person is not impersonating someone else. And accordingly, we have cut down the costs even for commercial entities, to make it much more simpler for them to use it. The voluntary usage, which I just mentioned just now, which is the offline verification that we call, that a QR code can be used and we have also given it a legal basis, so that if it's challenged by anyone, it can be this method can also be used to verify an Aadhaar holder. Coming to the India stack, which my other colleagues, Dr. Seti, would also be talking about, essentially keeping in view that we have the digital identity stack, a number of other application programs have been developed which use Aadhaar or are using the digital rails around Aadhaar that have got built up. I'm not getting into the details because my colleagues will perhaps be speaking on that. But just to say that we have reached a stage that 40% of digital transactions of the globally are now being held in Aadhaar. If I can just have a glass of water, just a second. Sorry. So these are some of the applications which have been developed, and which is what is leading to which is the basis of Digital India and the digitalization and digital first that we are talking about. The JAM Trinity, I think all of you would be aware of it, the Jan Dhan Aadhaar and mobile Trinity, which is again riding on the fact that we have this digital rails. And because of this, the large number of programs are able to do direct benefit transfer, and the benefits of that are being quite apparent going forward. Some of the other programs and the use cases which are under development, which are there, and I'm sure this will only strengthen Digital India as we go forward. This is the last slide. Now that we have done 10 years of Aadhaar, the discussion was how we can look at the next 10 years and ensure that the digital economy that we are talking of, a 1 trillion digital economy, and the fact that Digital India would lead the world. These are some of the areas. I've just given some snippets of that. We will continue our focus on resident centricity, on how to ensure that the response times to residents are further reduced, whether it's authentication or it's enrollment. Look at what are the different kinds of uses that Aadhaar can be made, both by the government and the private sector, both on the online or the offline mode. Look at how we continue to strengthen the credibility of Aadhaar, which is on which ride a number of programs, and look at how fraud management systems can be strengthened so that people can't use Aadhaar in ways which is not supposed to be. And this is something that we are always on top of technology. We just moving on to a secure private cloud. We are looking at how to indigenize some of the key solutions and components, and upgradation of technology is something that we are always looking at. And the last but not the least, now that we have reached this phase where we have nearly every adult Indian in the country, adult resident in the country has an Aadhaar, how Aadhaar can also help other countries to achieve their improvements in their services. There are studies which have been done by various international agencies which show that having a legal digital identity can lead to an increase in GDP, which is anywhere between 3% to 13%. So that are the kind of benefits. And because of this, the Sustainable Development Goals, which were announced in 2015, have a legal identity for all as one of the goals that has to be achieved. with these words, I am ending out here. Sorry, I've got some slight fever, and that's why I'm under isolation right now. But thank you, and I hope it was a useful exercise. I think I'll straight away jump on and request Dr. Suresh Seti to kindly speak on some of the initiatives, especially eKYC and eSign, and a lot of other work that their organization is doing. Over to you, Dr. Seti.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garg. Thanks a lot. I think it's always a difficult act to follow after Dr. Sharma puts out the passionate story as he did. And the sort of Aadhaar definitely is a crown jewel for us as we look at various uses of Aadhaar. I will also take the help of a presentation to put some points of view across. Just let me put up the presentation, if you may. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I will put it in a bit of context. As Mr. Garg said rightly, we are an organization which is today leveraging Aadhaar for enabling multiple use cases and enabling individuals, enabling organizations in their journey. So I want to talk about the transformational role of digital identity. What can a digital identity do and how it can play a significant role in empowering people. At the heart of it, it's a value creation for individuals and organizations. It leads to civic and social empowerment, as we've seen in our country. There are real and economic gains which come out of it. And more importantly, we see that there is a significant non-economic value which can also be generated in the form of social and political inclusion, rights protection, and transparency.
This is what he told, na?
I just wanted to share a few international statistics on a global basis. And we actually see that digital ID matters. As we've seen our journey with Aadhaar, today there are 1 billion people who lack a legally recognized digital identity. There are almost 3.4 billion people who have a ID but cannot use it on digital channels. Now we see the success of Aadhaar also becomes more important because we can today use it on various digital channels, which is what Dr. Garg referred to, the India stack, which is where multiple channels have been created on which identity plays a foundational role in enabling people. Gender becomes an equally critical component where 45% of women over the age of 15 in low-income countries lack an identification. So when we look at it, we clearly see that digital identity is a very critical component in enabling people and addressing bottlenecks, whether it be providing access to banking, government benefits, education, it plays a significant role. Around 1.7 billion people globally could gain access to financial services if they had a digital identity. And if you see the value add which comes out of it, there's a 90% potential reduction in customer onboarding costs. And we will talk about eKYC and e-authentication, which is where I think the biggest change has happened when we look at the entire Jan Dhan program of the government, which has enabled people to be formally included into the formal economy. We see a 20% potential reduction in payroll fraud in emerging economies. And if we look at it, because of digital identity, there are 78% of workers in low-income countries that are in the informal sector. Let's talk about our gig economy that could benefit from ID-enabled formalization. Something we've seen playing a big role in labor participation in our country during the pandemic. Coming down, last but not the least, what about the economic value at a countrywide level? We are today talking about anywhere between 3% to 14% addition to the GDP of the country because of the creation of a digital identity. Leading on from here, if I look at it, if you see the table below, the table above actually talks about number and share of unregistered population by region. And we clearly see that sub-Saharan Africa is still a long way to go. But if you look at areas like East Asia, Pacific, South Asia, the numbers are much more closer and lower than what you would see in the African region. And I think India plays a very strong role in the way identity has been percolated, and today almost everybody has a national digital identity. Again, the lower table actually shows us that it is not just a low income challenge. The challenge is equally important in the area of low middle income. And that is where the gig economy, the workers come into play, where we need to again have the right infrastructure to be able to have them be participants to the civic and social empowerment which is taking place. Now, this is a very interesting slide. Here we are looking at, when we are looking at enabling individuals to unlock value and benefit as they interact with firms, with government, with other individuals, we actually see them playing 6 roles. It could be the role of a consumer, a worker. It could be a micro enterprise, which is where we talk about our gig economy, sole proprietors. It could be taxpayers and beneficiaries. It could be civically engaged individuals, and it could be asset owners. Now, most important to see over here is that each of these roles that individuals play or interact with institutions, the digital ID becomes a fundamental plank to be able to perform various things. When you're talking about consumption, you're talking about eKYC for financial services, secure digital payments, registration and authentication. That is the box which is very important to talk about financial inclusion. When we look at workers and employers, we are talking about the entire matching of job seekers with job providers. And we again see amazing examples, and I'll talk about it on the next slide, where we are today using Aadhaar as a foundational identity to operate in various spaces. Inclusion is a proven case when we talk about account penetration, when we talk about people using accounts, when we talk about the creation of a payments layer which makes account active for people to be able to transact on those accounts. Equally important, we are seeing creation of stacks like the Desh stack, which today allow people to facilitate talent matching. Micro enterprises are critical, where again, we are looking at the fact that how do we get into MSME lending? How do we take digital lending as a reality? High assurance contracting and transacting, that is where it becomes an important foundational element to make that happen. Taxpayers and beneficiaries, I think we again have an amazing use case when we talk about our direct benefit transfers. The ability for the government to provide benefits directly to the beneficiary on platforms like Aadhaar-enabled payment systems. The next one, which is equally important, is the civic engagement of the individuals with the government, whether be it online voting, verification of political donations, school enrollments, and last but not the least, is formalization of land ownership, which again becomes a very critical component where the foundational identity can be used. This is an interesting comparison between 7 diverse economies, including the US and UK. And we see that India plays a very interesting, or has a very interesting reflection over here. When we look at it, if you look at the blue bar, which shows 56, you're really talking about 56% consumers who are actually today getting financially included to do various activities, whether it is opening a bank account, whether it is making payments, and that is where we stand very strong. We clearly see again the taxpayers, beneficiaries, provision of public services and e-governance, which again, we are good at 11, but I think there is distance to go over there. And clearly we can do more when we look at areas like e-voting. We look at areas like where we are working with the civic services and how do we consume them. Now, this is the way we see the stack today. Aadhaar, if you may, 2010 was when we started the journey. Aadhaar authentication or Aadhaar identity became the foundational stack for launching 17 plus transformational stacks on top of it. be it in the space of identity, be it in the space of payments, data empowerment, and open ecosystems. If you see the color coding, all the red items talk about various facets of the India stack, starting with Aadhaar authentication, talking about Aadhaar-enabled payment systems, which allow you to transfer money to a beneficiary and which can be withdrawn just using a biometric imprint. You're talking about a significant penetration of micro ATMs where you can reach money at the last mile. Various schemes of the government, the Jan Dhan scheme, the PMJJBY scheme, all those schemes sit on top of the stack where they are able to provide services at the last mile. Various ecosystems enablers have been created, be it a RuPay card issuance framework, e-sign framework for digital signing of documents, which today enable any contract signing to be done in a digital manner. As we go up the stack, we are talking about DigiLocker, which is a cloud-based service where you can secure data and you can access various digital data repositories. UPI and BHIM is definitely one of the most important stacks to get built on top of the foundational identity, which actually created the ability for people to access accounts, to be able to move value from one account to the other. We are talking about the account aggregator framework, which for us has been a clear leading role that India is today playing in the space of data, where we are talking about data empowerment and not just data privacy, where we are putting the power of data in the hands of the owner and allowing the owner to use a consent artifact to be able to share whatever elements of data they want to share for getting a certain service, getting a certain benefit. And as we look at the stack, we are today talking about open digital ecosystems, where similar elements of the stack are being today played to create an open network on which digital commerce can be enabled, where parties move away from a platform-centric approach to a network-enabled approach, where multiple sellers can get onto a platform where they can be discovered by consumers using multiple applications, and there is no single operator owning that entire ecosystem. Clearly, some of the macro enablers as we see in this entire journey, I think the ones to clearly call out, there's a high penetration of mobiles and smartphones in the country. We are talking about numbers which are staggering. We talk about 1.2 billion mobile subscribers, and smartphone penetration over the last few years has more than doubled, where it has today reached a staggering number of 66% penetration in the country. We today have one of the lowest cost of data in the world, because when we talk about digital identity, we talk about enablement, data becomes a very important part. We are one of the largest consumers of data in the world. We talk about 17 GB of data per person being consumed per month. And we are talking about the fact that today data cost in India per GB is probably 1/2 of UK and 1/5 of US. Mobile internet adoption is a critical component to call out again, because today our digital journey has become mobile first. Today, when we look at the mobile internet transactions, they are 15 times the transactions which are happening on browsers or PCs. We clearly see that Jan Dhan account opening today has clearly created a big change for the country. If you look at the last 10 years, globally, the penetration of account opening has moved up by 50%. But in India, there has been a 100% jump. From a 35% account penetration, we are today talking about more than 78% adults, households having an account. But the very interesting part that I would like to call out, which again is a direct rub-off from Aadhaar, is the fact today the gender gap in India has almost reduced to zero. In most of the developing economies, the gender gap for account opening is somewhere around 6%. And looking at the pandemic, we again realize that 7% of the Indians made their first digital payment during the pandemic. Our digital ID framework, there are various ways in which digital IDs can be provided, and we have approached in a certain manner. I think what is important to call out over here, and as we heard Dr. Sharma and Dr. Garg call about it, it is not just about the right technology, it is about the right principles and the right policies that enable the adoption, that enable the ecosystem, that enable the affordability and the access, as we've seen over a period of time. I would like to close by talking about this slide where we are benchmarking again our status with the other countries which are very much in a similar bucket, if you may, from a size and scale point of view. Labor force participation and the contribution, as we see, we are almost seeing one of the highest contributions coming from India over there in that regard, only next to Nigeria. Our savings, which are coming from seamless and secure sharing of medical information, which today, as we talk about UHI, our Universal Health Interface, the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, that is an area we clearly see which will get enabled in a significant manner looking at the stack. And very clearly for us, we rank well in terms of e-government services, in terms of enabling and reducing payroll costs and payroll frauds. But clearly there is some distance to go in the area of e-voting, e-passport, and tax filing, initiatives which are already on way, which will further be created on top of this stack. With that, I would like to close, but I would just like to leave a few numbers on the screen. So when we look at the fact that today, while we are on the identity journey with Aadhaar, as a country, we started on a similar journey almost 20 years ago when we issued the tax identifier for the people, which was again a digital identity. Today, we are talking about more than 700 million tax identifiers out there. We are talking about a very healthy rate of eKYC, e-authentication happening almost on a daily basis. Aadhaar enrollment is today at a saturation point in the country. And I think that is the hallmark of where we see the stack playing a significant role in diverse sectors, not just in financial, in education, in health, and in various civic services access going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Seti. I think it's a very, very illuminating presentation that you gave, and it's very good to see the comparison across countries also. Thank you. Now we have the last and by no means the least, the chief architect of Aadhaar and also the chief architect of a number of other programs and schemes of the government. May I request Dr. Pramod Verma to talk of the technology architecture and the use of emerging tech as we go forward.
Thank you so much. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are actually listening. Pleasure to be here. It's a privilege to be here with this panel. And Dr. Sharma and Dr. Garg and Suresh set it up really well. Makes it easier actually for me to cover the technology portions of it. And I'm actually going to share my deck and walk you through. Give me a minute. Please let me know if you are able to see the full screen, and then I can move forward. Okay. I hope you are able to see it. Someone can confirm.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah. So I'm not going to repeat it, but I think for the global audience, the simplicity of Aadhaar was key to its success. And it's extremely important to understand that difference between solving the entire problem statement. Dr. Sharma alluded to that very early. Why did we even start the Aadhaar project? Rather than solving it fully, I think all of us consistently use the term unbundling. We unbundled the solutions into various building blocks that allow not only one problem to be solved, but allow many other problems to be solved at population scale. And that idea was actually repeated again and again in the last decade. And you can see all kinds of digital infrastructure, public infrastructure that is being built. And Aadhaar itself, again, just to recap, extremely minimalistic for demographic data points, name, date of birth, gender and address, and biometric elements, fingerprint, iris, and then facial photograph, generating a unique number. This itself was very, very carefully selected. We see that across many world programs, world identity programs, that the temptation to have more fields in the system, more data to capture is very high, because most of the time even genuine needs. But I think then Dr. Sharma's leadership, then the team really carefully analyzed the minimalism principle, which Dr. Garg specifically talked about before, and asking the question, for a pure play identity, without any purpose, without any entitlement, without any citizenship attached to it, what is the minimal data that can be used, that in turn allows many other combinatorial innovations, like Suresh was mentioning towards the end of his deck. Much was built later, and which was not understood at 2009 or 2010. I think so. The idea of evolving many infrastructure was key, and hence the minimalism and simplicity of the identity itself as a pure play identity. And that takes us to the original principles. And it was very, the team stayed true to these principles. And I think it is very valuable for other identity platforms around the world, if you're building, as the idea of minimalism, extreme minimalism, that you really have to ask the question whether you need a particular demographic attribute there or not. Anytime you add more attributes, it actually creates friction and exclusion. So the more data you capture, it creates friction and exclusion, in addition to privacy and any other question that might come up. So it's very important to be minimal. Inclusion is a fundamental design, especially for India, with extreme diversity. We had to take care of naming. The conventions are not common. Naming conventions are not common. Address conventions are addressing. The postal addressing conventions are not standardized. Language diversity and many other things. So we had to make sure the system is not uniform and actually is unified. That allows many diverse people, and hence 1.33 billion people, right? That's where we are today. Innovation friendly, and that was a very interesting thing. We did not look at Aadhaar as an identity card project, and Dr. Sharma alluded to this, Dr. Garg alluded to this, Suresh talked about the layers that got built subsequently, called India Stack and so on, is the idea of, if identity is well done, and it's done in a simplistic design, but that allows others to embed identity verification, identity into their applications, then we know the identity will be sustainable and relevant to a billion people. Issuing just a card is a very supply-centric view, but we took a very demand-centric view, saying that why would people want this ID? Is only if it gets embedded in many applications, benefits transfer applications, financial services applications, commerce applications, and so on, it will be valuable to people. And ecosystem driven, and again, we covered some of that. The team was very small, and it's maybe during the panel you can actually talk about it. Dr. Sharma can talk about it. It's amazing as such a small team that came together to actually address 1.33 billion people scale, and we were doing 1 million enrollment every day. And that did not come because we employed people and officers in a traditional hierarchical, what is called a pyramidal structure. We actually leveraged existing ecosystem, banking ecosystem, state government ecosystem, citizen touchpoint ecosystems, and so on, and enabled them through a standardized set of technologies and tools and processes so that they can scale. And of course, all that took us to the design of privacy and security by design had to be taken care from day one, because it was inevitable that the questions would be asked about biometric security, biometric data, identity itself as a construct, and so on. And we successfully went through those discussions in India, and very much brought under the law carefully. And design for scale, which I don't have to talk about, and ID as a platform was, again, going back to the innovation friendly, and most importantly, open architecture. I think Dr. Sharma was pivotal in pushing us towards using openness as a construct, open source, open APIs, open architecture, and so on, in the design itself. It's not about low-level technology. It's the way of thinking. How do you think openness as a way of thinking? It was very, very important for us all. And so inclusion was very important, right, for us. So again, I'll just rush through because we talked about it. Foundational ID, no purpose or entitlement attached to it. Very, very important. Minimalism as a data capture. Minimalism even in the authentication. And there were a lot of questions people asked, right? When people authenticate, do I know? Does the central authority know why I'm authenticating? I'm checking into a hotel or actually opening a bank account. Does the central authority capture that data of location, purpose, and so on? And it was very carefully designed not to capture, so that it is extremely minimalistic in design. It serves the purpose of audit trail, serves the purposes of trust, and trust the purposes of security of the network, but it doesn't impede upon the privacy of the individual, right? That was very key. Inclusion itself by design, we had to very carefully think about. We are 1.3 billion people, and means people will have many issues with fingerprint, iris, and so on, and even facial photograph, because the tone, skin tones, the camera lighting, and so on. So we had to make sure the design is not very uniform, that you expect studio style quality and similar looking people and so on. So we had to design very, very carefully about these design principles itself into capturing biometrics and capturing data and so on. How do you do that in a diverse environment? Access inclusion was key, very key. Anytime, anywhere was a fundamental design principles we went with, right? So that we, unlike very many government systems then, you did not have to be in your hometown or your address where your home address is, because much of India actually is actually immigrants within our own country because of the economic opportunity, and they move around. So we wanted to make sure wherever you are as a citizen, she or he can actually walk into a center for an assisted way, or use an online system if you are a self-service kind of person. And so we provided self-service, assisted models, anytime, anywhere, including mobile vans and home enrollment for the people who are bedridden or couldn't travel and so on. A lot of detailed thinking was actually done upfront to make sure these processes are in play. And same as authentication as well. Authentication can be self-service or assisted using mobile or using face. We heard that during the inaugural speech, Mr. Gera talking about that. The smartphone face authentication or SMS-based OTP authentication. So we provided truly as a platform without being opinionated about it, assuming that many applications, many use cases can actually use it. And that fundamentally took us to the innovation through APIs. Only 2 APIs, literally, Aadhaar provides. That's the beauty of that simplicity. One is authentication, and one is electronic KYC built on authentication. Everything else was not built by UID. It was built by the ecosystem as layers on top. And these 2 APIs were rigorously tested for scale and security. And this is another thing why cost, I think both Dr. Sharma and Dr. Garg talked about cost of it. The cost did not come down because we went on a traditional procurement way of approaching the problem. UIDA did not put up RFP to buy thousands of laptops and biometric devices, which normally a government project would end up doing, because that's sort of the most controlled way of doing. We took, I think the leadership took quite a bet in saying that if we enable standards and certifications on top of standards, then we bet the fact that the ecosystem will step up and actually build devices and tools and SDKs and so on for the system. And that's exactly what happened. And that also meant that the ecosystem was vibrant. It created healthy competition and thus also cost reduction eventually, which is a very good problem to have. So you're having a choice, having multiple competition going in the industry rather than a vertically integrated, single vendor, single provided, procurement driven model. And this is not only for devices, it also was extended to enrollment agencies and operators with 200 people in UIDI and maybe around 20 people in the technology team. We had 200,000 people in the enrollment agency operator, but they were not employees. They were actually trained, certified, incentive aligned micro entrepreneurs who are already in that village or on the town. So we literally made sure we leverage the micro entrepreneurship in the local context, who can speak the local language, but train them, certify them, provide them standard tools, processes, and software so that it can be digitally coordinated. This large ecosystem can be digitally coordinated in a unified way. And that actually very important that even very early, Dr. Sharma again insisted on some of these principles being written down. And because again, for the government project, some of these being formally and rigorously selected was very key. Selection of commodity computing, we decided upfront, even though we were looking at a never been done scale of a biometric project. The project before that was already using proprietary hardware, the largest US biometric system. And we decided that no, we will not use any proprietary technology. We would rather depend on commodity computing, commodity storage, and commodity technologies, including open source technologies to build the entire system. This also meant, look at the risk government took. It's very important to understand. At that time, it was seen as a risk, but I think the leadership really had a long-term view about making sure a national infrastructure like Aadhaar, penetrating 1 billion people, cannot be locked down by a particular vendor or particular technology. So the technology neutrality and vendor neutrality, and eventually the resilience of our country, resilience of any country who is building that digital public infrastructure is very key. That means that country is in charge of the system, including the technology components. So that was very, very key for us to make that decision upfront as a strategic decision. It was not a tactical decision. And of course, using heterogeneous and multi-provider. And why is it key? Again, we did not go down and buy storage from the same vendor or a network devices from the same vendor or including software from the same vendor. We ensured that we have a hybrid of multiple technologies coming in, designed through an open interface, so that we know for sure that we can plug and play, and if something happens, we can change, and we are not subservient to a particular proprietary architecture that we have no control over. Because especially being a public digital infrastructure, this is not a private infrastructure, it's a public infrastructure. And of course, design for scale, and the scale design went in terms of absolutely architectural scale, process scale, operational scale in terms of automation, monitoring, because I said 20 people in technology, 200 people in the organization, 200,000 people in the ecosystem, and then reaching 1.3 billion people. So look at the scale of that, it's like a Wi-Fi diagram, very small core team, right? Managing the entire ecosystem. That necessitated extreme automation, digital coordination, and so on. And all our infrastructure internally, people who are technically savvy who are listening, were built as microservices internally, and they were all very loosely coupled, very clearly knowing that these services will be refactored, rewritten, and evolved in the next decade to come. So we were not naive in assuming that we will get it right in 2010 or 2011. This is a continuously evolving process, and technology changes, processes change, needs change. How do you design an architecture that is evolvable was also absolutely important, because that directly affects scale and agility of the system. And of course, it's security and privacy baked into the system, sort of what you call a trust no one architecture, and extreme rigor. And there's white papers available already on internet. Much was talked about already in the last decade, but very, very detailed thinking, which is what stood our scrutiny of law and scrutiny of Supreme Court and so on. We could stand that because the design was actually very careful, and the scale itself was never been done before. And the initial founding team had committed to then Prime Minister that we will do 600 million IDs in 4 years, and that meant 40,000 operating stations with 200,000 operators doing 1 million enrollments every day. And imagine every day, 1 more million people are joining. That's like few countries in a week, right? So it's very, very high scale. And we also did actually peak, we were doing 1.5 million. And currently, obviously, that's a reason why the system reached 600 million people, Aadhaar holders in 4 years, and 1 billion in 6.5 years, now taking care of the long tail. And enrollment data also meant 10 to 15 petabytes, that is 10,000 to 15,000 terabytes of encrypted data in multiple data centers, replicated and managing, all through open source technologies. Think about it, right? Using open source technologies and very, very carefully architected system. And we needed to make sure this biometric data is secure and actually guaranteed that we don't lose data of residents and so on, right? And of course, we had extensive analytics because I think, again, leadership was very keen to say we need a small team that can actually digitally coordinate with the large ecosystem. And that meant we needed to build extensive analytics on metadata, not on resident data, but extensive metadata analytics as well. And the core of Aadhaar is actually the biometric deduplication system. And the deduplication system, again, was very, very careful. It's multi-model biometric deduplication system necessary for inclusion of 1.3 billion people. So we did fingerprint, we did iris, and we did face, and to ensure that is done. And and this is one of the most talked about design pattern of UIDAI, where we decided that we will not use one engine to fly. It's like saying you're flying an aircraft, and you only see one engine. Nobody does that, right? Because it is important for resilience and fail-safe that you need to have multiple engines. We applied those principles actually in the software world. Never been done before, that we can use multiple deduplication engines behind the scenes through a common APIs or API interface. So our system could actually dynamically calculate the accuracy and scale of each engine to see how each engine is functioning every day and readjust to make sure which engine is actually able to process more, which engine is more accurate, and so on. And today in 2.0, I think Dr. Garg mentioned about it, we even use multiple engines to ensure high accuracy is actually happening. So it's very, again, these are, a lot of people miss the fundamentals of architecture. They look at the tactical elements and miss the big design. So I'm highlighting this design again. I don't want to go through some of the details here. It is completely built on open source, loosely coupled architecture, very, very high scale because we were doing 1.5 million enrollment every day, resulting in trillions and trillions of matches every day on Aadhaar cloud. And so think about it. It's a private cloud, completely managed within the country, and we had to make sure everything is actually run. Because if you fail to do the 1 million that day, next day we have the next 1 million coming. So it was very important that we actually scale this carefully. And authentication on the other side is extremely simple service. All it does is that an Aadhaar holder can go to a touch point and actually use their biometric, OTP, face, or in demographics and say, I am who I claim to be. I can make an identity claim to a bank or identity claim to another government agency, and they can instantly verify with a yes or no. Very, very small API. And again, it was, we sometimes look at that API and say, literally a half page of API saying that that's all it took. But we do 1 billion authentications every month today. And that's there's a power of simplicity there actually, right? And security, we were very, very careful because biometric capture was happening on the field. That means we had to design, first time, we had to take the registered that actually allowed on chip, on software, encryption and so on, to create private key, public key, chain of trust. We had to build all these things into the ecosystem, very, very carefully architected. Every biometric packet capture was digitally signed so that no man in the middle or nobody in the middle can alter it or capture it, and they can also encrypt it. So there is no capture, no alteration actually happen, both digitally signature and encryption on top of the traditional channel level security like SSL. Privacy itself, we were careful in authentication privacy, and that's why we included a virtual ID, construct of a virtual ID, People can actually generate a virtual ID from an Aadhaar number, which is a permanent ID, and actually use the use and throw virtual ID to actually authenticate. And this is actually live, used extensively, but it could be, again, we are looking at expanding the usage much beyond the current usage, because these are natural with mobile numbers, so easy to use a virtual ID for me to authenticate. That means if I'm authenticated in a private, not so trusted environment, I don't need to actually expose my permanent ID at all. Nothing secretive about it, but it gives a choice for people to be more careful. And authentication privacy, again, including tokenization, was done. Even before, a credit card tokenization, identity tokenization, now it's common. The World Bank has talked about identity and ID4D tokenization schemes and so on, because we were actually doing at scale. That means every system that is actually capturing your authentication system, but authentication record, does not store the permanent ID. They actually store the token. That is actually different. Why did it? We did solve the requirement of not having to randomly pick up any database and merge them. But only under the law, we are allowing few databases to be merged. For example, income tax. Supreme Court has clearly said we can use Aadhaar number for income tax or benefits transfer. So for benefits transfer and income tax, we can use Aadhaar number. But for many other cases, simply Aadhaar token is good enough. It serves the same purpose, but it actually protects the privacy. So that was also included. And most, I think it is around 2017, I think we incorporated offline credential verification. Now W3C, verifiable credential, is becoming very much a talk of the town. And Aadhaar was ahead of the curve, actually providing a digitally signed QR coded verifiable credential, which does not require me to connect to UIDS system at all for my verification. So you can actually verify as a resident. You can take this out and completely offline verify my identity without any central system capturing any audit. And that comes in handy in many, many places, right? That doesn't have connectivity, that may not have access to central system, and that may not need an access to central system. So I think this was also an option and a choice. Now, these are choice given to the residents of India, Aadhaar holders. And some of them choose to use it, some of them choose not to use it, depending on how what is the usage scenario. And authentication today, as Dr. Garg was talking about, we do 70 million, and now 100 million is what is scaled for. We are designed for 100 million every day. That gives us about 3 billion authentication. We are about 1.3 billion, or normally on an average per month. That's what we do. And authentication is a real-time service. That actually meant it needed to be taken care of availability rather than enrollment. Unlike enrollment, here we had to take care of availability and responsiveness of this API. So the API had to be sub-second response anywhere in the country, right? Millions of people actually authenticating. We had to be available high time. High availability was very key. This is why UIDI today does multiple data centers in an active data center mode. Authentication is offered. And that is offered through a layered network security layer. It is not exposed on the internet because the mothership is never exposed. Very careful. Again, Dr. Garg showed that architecture of ring fencing the authentication system with a lease line, the typical telcos who are providing lease lines, and on top of that, authentication agencies providing endpoint. So there is no single endpoint to attack at all. And these were again designed carefully. I won't bore you with a lot of details in the actual subsystem itself. Use of open source. I come across this in many global conversations. Aadhaar system was one of the early systems at scale, at our population scale, that embraced and leveraged open source fully. And Dr. Sharma was pivotal and actually sort of insisted that we have to do this. And this was a bet, very sort of risky bet at that time, I would think, took by the government. But nevertheless, it played out beautifully for ensuring our digital public infrastructure is resilient, vendor neutral, and actually in the control of our country. At the infrastructure level, we use commodity compute storage, as we talked about. Whenever we had to use multiple engines, we had to procure something, we made sure we have multiple, but the idea of multiple certified engines behind a common API so that we can plug and play and replace if there is a risk, because you never know what happens in the next decade. So we have to be designed for that failure, resilience, and evolvability there. And most importantly, and I must give credit to Dr. Sharma, who was speaking initially, when he went on to become the Secretary of IT, he used this knowledge to bring a national policy on open source policy by the government of India for government systems. And that changed the way large scale subsequent India stack and various other layers were built. Now, of course, India takes it for granted. We use leverage and contribute to open source. We are also a big contributor to open source. And we are very proud of it because all of you are listening in there. It means that many of you can leverage everything that we are doing today. And actually in your own global context, because I think, again, India has been a knowledge partner to the world, and we are happy to share all the open source work we are doing. What is the use? We also, last 3-4 years, carefully incorporating AI ML technologies. And this is fundamental, again, in 3 areas. And this is also a 4th area, but 3 areas I want to highlight where we have already worked on. One, document processing. We come across lots of documents which are in scanned form, old style documents, which are proving a woman, for example, may not have an identity document. And to ensure inclusion, she might have to actually bring a letter from someone, and letter has no particular format. And if you start manually verifying all these things, it becomes very, very hard. So we are actually ensuring that scanned documents are also, we use AI ML technologies to actually detect the document, verify the type of document, verify the key aspects of the document, so that the backend validation becomes faster and efficient. We actually use today for biometric deduplication. And Dr. Garg is leading that. And this is one of the, probably again, a big bet that we are building, that we now could actually use AML technology to build significantly high accuracy deduplication engines. And part of the deduplication, we are already doing it today in the system. We already implemented part of that. And we believe, hopefully, UIDA will also open source as we work through this so that others can leverage it. In the case of authentication eKYC, we use live face capture. It's completely AI/ML technology using smartphone camera. So commodity camera, but very carefully designed for lighting, inclusion, liveness, skin tone, and gender differences, and so on. And we even have cultural differences like wearing turban, wearing headgear, or wearing something else, and so on. So we have to incorporate our diversity into the live face capture. So that was also completely built on AI/ML. I think, again, Dr. Gera mentioned about it. This is becoming an SDK for many others to build face authentication today. Very, very easy, because smartphones are commodity. It's available everywhere. It's much more than fingerprint devices. So everywhere we can actually securely use face authentication. So we use for both live capture and backend. And of course, most importantly, fraud detection. Today, UIDA has invested and actually running backend AI/ML technologies for any of the fake biometric detection at scale. We must ensure that all these are continuously detected. Any misuse is detected. Liveness of the capture is detected, whether they are captured live or not captured live. And of course, any invalid document detection and so on. Because there's sometimes people at scale, there's always people trying to game the system. And the gaming has to be caught not by people running around and skiing, because at scale, it cannot work that way. So we have to leverage technologies to make sure this is digitally captured and digitally protected. The system is protected. And so if you take a step back, and I'll end there, is that what did India do is to lay the foundation for digital economy and inclusive development. And identity was the starting point. And Aadhaar, I can't be so proud as Indians that we built identity that actually does 1.33 billion people with 1 billion authentication every month. That means continuous usage everywhere, became the pillar. And then, of course, we built digital assets and credentialing, data empowerment, data credentialing, which we'll hear about later through DigiLocker and other efforts we have done, and later, the most recent, digital transaction. But at the end of the day, why do you need ID? If I can't take control of my assets and participate in digital economy, If I can't participate in digital transaction to improve my life and get opportunity to improve my life, everything we do are actually irrelevant. So it's important that identity is an enabler for ensuring control assets and trusted transactions. So identity become an enabler for this to establish trust, high trust. And that's what laid the foundation, as Dr. Garg talked about, JAM, the Jan Dhan, which is the bank account, universal banking, and Aadhaar, universal identity, and universal mobile access became the foundation, on top of which we built e-sign, which Suresh Seti talked about, DigiLocker, which is a credentialing wallet, unified payment and Aadhaar-based payment, and most importantly, data infrastructure, as collectively you may know as India Stack. But India did not stop there, and India continued to build and continue to build even today. And Dr. Sharma and many of us are all part of that journey and continue to be part of that journey. In the education skilling, what we call India Diksha is the education and skilling stack, and ABDM, the digital health stack, vaccination platform or immunization platform, telemedicine platforms, all under the health. And then we have Agri stack. Yeah, ENAM is a marketplace, and some of this I won't go into specifically. But then commerce stack, that's coming up, and you may have heard our recent efforts in ONDC, or one of the largest government marketplace called GEM, and of course our largest tax network called GSTN, right? And then of course we have citizen governance, many digital infrastructure built in. These are all digital infrastructure, public digital infrastructure that allows combinatorial innovation to happen, and most importantly, inclusion to happen. Inclusion beyond the top 10%. Otherwise, every time we do a billion people play, the top 100 million or top 10% get to see everything, get to use everything, and the remaining people are in the informal economy and informal networks. Formalizing them was very, very key, and including them was very key. And you will hear in the next 3 days, and this from today afternoon, many of these things I have written here. So stay tuned, and actually stay tuned for each of the sessions. You definitely don't want to be missing this out at all. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Verma, for this excellent session. I think you really covered a whole gamut of areas, including the latest advances in technology that are being done. I think we have maybe 5 minutes more. So rather than asking any specific questions, but what I'll suggest is I'll give a minute to each of the panelists if they want to add something as a kind of a concluding note or a concluding idea which they might have struck them that they didn't mention. It could be anything to do with the implementation challenges. It could be on how Aadhaar is promoting innovation, or what India's stack has evolved over the time. So I'll leave it to each of the panelists. So maybe a minute or minute and a half each, and then we will conclude after that. So I'll start off with Dr. Sharma.
Well, thank you, Saurabh. It has been an extremely, beautiful session, so to say. Everybody contributed, to the overall theme of Aadhaar and how it sort of has played out and how it is benefiting the entire, sort of economy, country, people, everybody. I want to, add one very, very important part, which is that the Supreme Court judgment on Aadhaar, in 2018. Now, thereafter, there have been some changes in the law, as also in the approach towards using Aadhaar. The very basic fact that Aadhaar is a digital public good. Aadhaar was not meant to be a digital sarkari good. It is actually digital public good, which is supposed to be used by everybody. And if you make a road, and if you limit your road to only certified entities and only sarkari entities, that actually is not sarkari vehicles. That is not a good idea. So I think we must find ways to figure out as to how we can extend Aadhaar, because ultimately, let us understand, Aadhaar is the first verifiable identity for about 40% of India's residents, 40%. And therefore, if they do not, while the current Aadhaar Act provides them the right to use that identity to prove their identity anywhere, now the ecosystem, because ultimately it is a digital verification, it's a digital authentication. Aadhaar is not a paper identity. Aadhaar is not a card. Aadhaar is a digital identity. And unless if you want to have authentication, that authentication is the correct authentication, is digital authentication, not really the other kinds of authentications. So, or just showing the paper. That is all right. That people will continue to use that. But if you want to really have a provable identity which is usable in a real sense, not really usable for showing it on a cinema hall and stuff like that. If you want to have a usable authentication which can actually enable delivery of some service, then I think we should enable private sector players also in a larger number to become AUAs, number one. And number two, realize that the right which has been provided under the modified Aadhaar Act section 4.3, if I remember correctly, which actually gives right to every individual, every Aadhaar holder to prove his or her identity in electronic, non-electronic way. I think we should create that ecosystem so that it's not, it's like having you say everybody has a right to drink water, but there is no tap, there's no water in the tap. Then, it makes that right infructuous. Therefore, I think I would say, let us find out collectively the ways, keeping in view the Honorable Supreme Court's overarching order and stuff like that. Let's find out some way where we can actually accelerate the use of Aadhaar in private space. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay. Thank you. I couldn't agree more with you, Dr. Sharma. Dr. Suresh Seti, would you like to go next? If there are some pending ideas, last minute thoughts. You are on mute, I think.
No, Dr. Garg, just a quick one. I think I will just add to what Dr. Sharma is saying, because very clearly looking at the nature of the digital identity and its ability to be used on digital channels. So very clearly, and I think some of our discussions, which we also represented to you, to say how do we enable the larger ecosystem? Today, when we look at financial services, financial inclusion, we look at the entire plethora of services getting created on the back of digital connect. When we talk about digital banking units, we talk about regulated and non-regulated entities. And the fact that today there's an entire startup ecosystem which has built innovations on top of the stack, ability for them to get access to this and for consumers to use this as a means of interaction becomes a very, very powerful case. And I think if we are today, revving up at 100, it will take it to 1,000 if we get more openness in the ecosystem. So just wanted to add to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Verma, may I ask you next, and then I'll just wrap up.
Yeah, I think one thing, again, for the global audience who are listening, the idea of building digital public infrastructure that is built as a building block, not as a solution, a set of independently reusable building block. But when you combine, magic happens, and magic is in terms of diverse possibilities that opens up for the country in terms of whether it's benefits transfer, whether it's economic inclusion, whether it's taxation, whether it is food security. It doesn't really matter. I think this combinatorial possibility comes only when you actually create building blocks as public goods and allow the ecosystem to innovate around it. If you curb the ecosystem, innovation won't happen. If you build it as all solution, then you are running a monolithic approach to everything. You are trying to solve everything. So I think India has been balancing that reasonably well. And we have been purposely hopeful that we'll continue to do so, continue to build more. So I think our input to the global audience is that please think in terms of building blocks as digital infrastructure that can be combined to generate magic.
Thank you. I won't even attempt to try and summarize the issues that have been mentioned, but I think the viewers, whoever is present, must have got an excellent overview of how the journey of Aadhaar has traversed since 2005 when the idea got initiated, and then the implementation started. And where we are now, whether it's in terms of technology, whether it's in terms of usage, whether in terms of the architecture. So I won't mention that. I will just like to mention two things at the end. One is that going forward, the vision of Aadhaar is on how it can help in the ease of living of every resident. I think that is the core. And for that, every resident, whether whatever activity that the resident does, and obviously there are some activities which are done in collaboration with the public sector, with the government, and there are a large number of activities which are done with the private sector. And Aadhaar should be an enabler for both. I think that's the message that's coming through, and I think that's what we are working. And the second I would say is how Aadhaar can be the bedrock for innovation, and that innovation, whether it's through a sandbox mechanism, it's innovation through how each party or how each sector builds on that, and which sector, whether it's the health or the education, and I think all sectors. And I think the kind of architecture that we have, the technology that we have, and the stakeholders that are already there would no doubt help in this vision. So once again, a warm thank you, Dr. Sharma, Dr. Pramod Verma, Mr. Seti. Thank you all. It's been a pleasure to be present on this session. Over to you, Vanshika.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So with this, we come to the end of this invaluable session. And I would like to extend my gratitude to all the speakers here for enhancing our knowledge around India's national identity program, and also highlighting the crucial role play of Aadhaar in making our nation digitally empowered and one among the global leaders today. So with this, thank you, sir. Also, there were a few questions put up by the audience. The session is recorded, which will be available on Digital India YouTube channel. And one was regarding the cybersecurity sessions. It will be taken, this topic will be covered in the further sessions, which will be happening in the next 3 days. Kindly stay updated on the website for the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Team, are you there? Technical support team? Technical support team, are you there?
Yes, sir, we are here.
Actually, we can see that chat is having number of questions from the previous session. Can we basically remove this?
Sorry?
In the chat, you can see that the questions are from the previous session. Can we remove that?
No, the Zoom ka chat we can't remove.
So you mean to say that will continue to be there?
Yeah, it will continue.
Can you ask your technical guys, because this doesn't look good for our speakers na, for the coming session.
Yeah, but it is an external third-party platform, sir. We can't.
No, that is one thing. Second thing is, can you just rename yourself to be Team Digital India?
Okay.
That's great.
Yes, sir. वीडियो ऑन नहीं हो। हाँ हाँ ठीक है सर, मैं फोन रख रहा हूँ
ना अभी।
हाँ ठीक, थोड़ा सा मिडिल में आ जाए।
नहीं, वो हो जाएगा।
हाँ बेटर।
It will be like this. Hello.
उसका नंबर नहीं है ना, दीक्षा जो गूगल से है।
हाँ
है
नहीं,
सरंजा का है।
हाँ, please, thank you.
नहीं वही फोन नहीं उठा रहा है इसलिए। सुबह तो बात हुई थी, बता रही थी फ्राइडे को टेस्ट करेंगे इसलिए।
My audible.
We're going live in 10 minutes, so please switch on your videos and check your audio.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, thanks.
5 minutes to go live. I'll be giving cue before 1 minute. So 30 seconds prior, I'll give a. So when I
The voice was not clear.
Two minutes for live, please everyone switch on your videos and everyone please switch on your videos. 10 seconds to go live.
Hello,
You can start now.
Dilip sir.
You can start now.
Dilip sir, put on
Yes.
the virtual background, please.
Sorry, how do I do it?
Please start the session now. We are live on the platform. Please start the session.
A very warm good afternoon to all present. I, Vishakha Singh, on behalf of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, welcome the esteemed panel of speakers and all the participants who've joined us from across the globe for this panel discussion on building unified payment interface, leading digital payment ecosystem in India, as part of the India Stack Knowledge Exchange 2020. On the panel today, we have with us Mr. Dilip Aspe, MD and CEO of National Payments Corporation of India. He played a pivotal role in designing, building, operationalizing, and management of large-scale innovative payments processing platforms like UPI, Bharat Interface for Money, BHIM, Immediate Payment Service, IMPS, and India's homegrown card network, RuPay. He is a formidable leader to the core, and he was recently awarded the Changemaker of the Year for the revolutionary product UPI by one of the leading business dailies. We also have with us Mr. Sudhanshu Prasad, General Manager, Reserve Bank of India. He handles the oversight function in the Department of Payment and Settlement Systems in RBI. This includes on-site and off-site monitoring of NPCI, card payment networks, and other entities authorized by RBI. He has played a key role in establishment of Central Payments Fraud Information Registry and construction of Comprehensive Digital Payment Index, RBI DPI, a first of its kind in the world. He will share his insights on regulatory support to payment ecosystem today. We will soon have with us Ms. Deeksha Kaushal, Director Financial Services and Banking Partnerships, Google Pay. In her current role, she is responsible for overseeing the strategy, growth, and business operations of Google Pay across partnerships with financial institutions. She has decades of experience in leading businesses across unsecured lending, credit cards, wealth management, and payments in both consumer and corporate banking. She will be sharing her thoughts on innovations on top of UPI today. Last but not the least, we have with us Mr. Ramit Agarwal, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. He is a member of the Indian Administrative Services and alumnus of IIT Kanpur. He has previously served in top government positions in Government of India as well as in state governments of Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, broadly in the areas of technology, finance, innovations, and technical education. His earlier charges include Additional Secretary and Joint Secretary, Government of India, Ministry of Finance, Director in Prime Minister's Office, Advisor and Director in the Office of Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, Head of various state government departments and agencies, Head of District Administration, and local government institutions. He will be sharing his valuable insights on Digital Payment Division with us today. And he's also the moderator for the session. Sir, I request you to kindly take over and drive today's panel discussion.
Thank you, Vishakha, and thank you, Mr. Prasad and Dilip for joining us for this session. The morning session, our secretary had flagged off this entire knowledge exchange, India Stack Knowledge Exchange initiative, where we are trying to share with the rest of the world whatever we've learned through Digital India program over the last 7 years, the things that we built. Above all, India's effort and every stakeholder in the system who work towards it is to really ensure a very democratic and democratized solutions at population scale, which are very inclusive for everybody, and at the same time are mindful and respectful of concerns of privacy, concerns of consumer protection, concerns of potential risk management, with all of those things without any compromise, can we still achieve population scale, and that too in a country like India, which is highly diverse, which has huge scale, and which may have, which also has people with various levels of competencies in use of digital technologies, in the ability to access technologies, etc. And that is the whole context of it. How exactly this has been done, Mr. Prasad from our central bank, which is also the payments regulator of India from RBI, and Dilip, who's been spearheading the effort from NPCI, which is again a unique kind of a body that has been created. RBI had helped seed it, and it's an industry-owned body. All the banks collectively own NPCI. It is not owned by the government, and they have been spearheading this creation of these systems, and that have really gone to scale, that are interoperable, that have open APIs. And that is the story that all of them will tell you. Dilip, I believe, would be touching not only upon the design aspects of UPI, but he will offer us some of the forward vision as well, and a contextual vision of some of the issues that are facing the world today in this in the current context of global conflicts or challenges in payment solutions, etc., and how solutions like the UPI can really help us address those. So with that little preamble, I'll request Mr. Prasad. I understand that Mr. Prasad will cover all the various concerns that have weighed with RBI over time in the evolution of its regulatory thinking on the subject, and how it has already on its own gone ahead and shared it with the other central banks and payments regulators across the world, and is engaged with whoever is interested in helping understand the Indian way of looking at these systems, creating these systems. So with that preamble, I'll just request Mr. Sudhanshu Prasad to, I believe, Sudhanshu ji, you will be making a short presentation while sharing this thing. So over to you, Mr. Prasad.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
So I have a small presentation. I would like to share that. So I hope my presentation is visible to everyone.
Yes, it is, Mr. Prasad. Please proceed.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Agarwal, once again. This is about the regulatory support which Reserve Bank has provided to in the flourishing of unified payment interface, which is the payment systems what we have. Let me start with telling you a bit about the payment overall landscape what we have, and India's payment landscape has come a long way, and over the past decade it has developed as one of the world's most advanced payment systems, with digital payments witnessing a continuous increase in terms of volume and value, with a CAGR of about 50% and 6% in terms of volume and value respectively during the last 5 years. India is also being acknowledged as one of the leaders among the world in terms of retail payments, with the innovative payment products that has not only ensured increased adoption of digital payments, but also facilitated, in fact, the rapid growth in digital payments. So the path-breaking innovations like UPI and mobile wallets have revolutionized the payment ecosystem in the country. And in this journey, the role of RBI has transformed from being an operator to developer and then to facilitator for enabling innovations, as well as in creation of an environment for structured development of payment ecosystem in the country, while performing its responsibilities as regulator and supervisor of payment systems for ensuring their safety, security, soundness, along with customer protection as the occasion and time demanded. So, and RBI's endeavor has always been to ensure increased efficiency and uninterrupted availability of safe, secure, accessible, and affordable payment systems for all segments of the population. besides expansion in use of various payment products and services, and also ushering in various payment modes in the system. Now, these public policy objectives, what I talked about safety, security, accessibility, and affordability, and customer protection, these public policy objectives, they get reflected in the Reserve Bank's payment and settlement systems vision document, what we come out with every 3 years. In fact, in view of the, in order to provide future policy pronouncements to shape the payment ecosystem of the country, the Reserve Bank has been right from 2001 and onwards have been coming out continuously with a payment system vision document for every 3 years, enlisting the strategies and roadmap for implementation in the payment systems arena. So while NPCI happens to be the outcome of a payment vision document of 2005-8, and UPI happens to be an outcome of vision document of 2012 and 15. So in this, over the past few years, India has been witnessing an unprecedented level of digital disruption, and digitization has become the important prominent theme in almost all spheres of life. So the JAM Trinity, what we call the Jan Dhan account, Aadhaar number, and the mobile devices. The JAM Trinity, which is the fusion of state initiatives in the form of Jan Dhan accounts and Aadhaar number, along with low-cost mobile devices and the data, they have acted as key enablers for growth and the increased seen in digital payments in the country. So this has also facilitated the financial inclusion to become a reality for all Indian citizens. And this has also been further accelerated by UPI, which has been the driving, which has been driving the digital payments, transformation in India, story in India. So I won't talk about the UPI. UPI probably Mr. Dalip would be talking about all the features and details about UPI. But I just wanted to say that the open architecture approach, what has been adopted in UPI, has resulted in innovative payment products to be developed on top of it by the fintech players and banks, as a result of which payments can be made by just a click of a mobile phone. So in less than 4 years since its launch, since the launch of UPI in 2016, the UPI growth in terms of volume has been enormous, and it has actually eclipsed that of all other payment modes. If we see the data, what shows that the UPI has grown right from 1.79 crore transactions in 2016-17 to 4,596 crore transactions in 2021-22. Which is a CAG, this growth is in terms of CAGR, it is 381% in terms of volume during the last 6 years since the inception of UPI. And if you see the terms of value, it is around 314% CAGR growth has been there in UPI since its inception. And this has, the UPI transactions processed so far, it crossed the 1 billion transactions per month in the month of October 2019, and it has been doubling thereon every year. So it crossed 2 billion mark during a month in October 2020. It crossed 4 billion mark in October 2021, and in March 2022 it has crossed 5 billion transactions during a month. And in June it's already about 5.86 billion transactions. So it will be more than doubling probably by October 2022. So, and if we see the share of UPI transactions as a total, as part of total retail payment systems, it has increased from 1%, less than 1% in 2016-17 to more than 20% in just 2 years by 2018-19. And another, it increased by more than 50%. The share was more than 50% in 2021, and now it is 64% in 2021-22. This share is of total retail payment systems, UPI versus total retail payment systems. In month of June itself, it is about 69% of the total retail payment systems. So it has processed, as you see in the slide, 5.86 billion financial transactions in the month of June 2022. Now, this is the journey which UPI has traversed over the years since its inception. Right from 2016, if you see, it was launched, and 2017, it crossed 1 billion mark, 100 million transactions per month. Then 18, the features, certain new features were added on UPI, which I'll be talking subsequently. In 2019, as I said, it crossed 1 billion transactions per month. Then certain additional more features were added in 2020. In 2021, we have certain risks were addressed, and also UPI crossed 4 billion transactions. 2022 also we have tried and added some more additional features to UPI, so that the world sees digital payments everywhere, at least within India we see. So the RBI's role, RBI has basically facilitated this phenomenal journey of UPI by promoting competition and fostering innovations, and at the same time ensuring no compromise approach to be adopted by NPCI when it comes to protecting the customer's interest, which will be not only in terms of only ease and convenience for making payments, but also ensuring safety and security in the payment systems as well as payment transactions. And in addition to this, also ensuring a customer-friendly grievance redressal mechanism. In addition to all this role, we also look after the adequacy of settlement guarantee cover, which is to be provided for ensuring there is no settlement risk arising into the system, and also the scalability of infrastructure, the UBI infrastructure we have added. And we have taken efforts towards global outreach of UPI. These will be talked in detail subsequently. Now, as far as fostering innovation and promoting competition is concerned, as I said, in 2018, certain additional features were added on UPI, which was termed as UPI 2.0. And these features were mainly to further widen the scope and to increase digital payments in the country. And these features included one-time mandate for with the block functionality, which is basically the consumer can pre-authorize a transaction by blocking his funds in his account for debits to happen later. Then the other feature which was added was about linking of overdraft accounts onto UPI. So consumers could link their overdraft accounts provided they were found eligible for having this facility of overdraft account by their bankers. Another service which was added is about invoice in inbox. That means the customer with this facility could check and verify the invoice prior to authorizing a particular payment transaction. And the fourth one was about signed intent and QR, which provides more security to the customer when he is making a payment to a merchant. The next innovation what we see is about UPI 123 Pay for feature phones. Now, RBI has, through its regulatory sandbox, has fostered innovation in the field of retail payments. As we all know, retail payments was the theme for the first cohort of the RBI's regulatory sandbox. And we saw various innovations in offline payments as well as for in voice-based retail payment products, which culminated into a launch of UPI 123 Pay. UPI 123 Pay is nothing but UPI-like payments through feature phones. Whereas UPI, the main UPI which is available, it is available only to be made by the smartphones. Now, considering that there were more than 40 crore customers which were using feature phone mobiles devices. And further, that feature phone users, they have limited access to innovative payment products. UPI 123 Pay was launched to facilitate digital enablement of the feature phone users with 4 distinct options to initiate digital payments. These 4 options included the app-based functionality, IVR-based functionality, missed call-based payment solutions, and proximity sound-based payment solutions. In addition to this, we also facilitated auto pay within UPI. Initially, the guidelines, the RBI instructions on e-mandates, electronic mandates for recurring transactions, they were made applicable for users through cards and prepaid instruments. Subsequently, this was made applicable to UPI also. And so these instructions on recurring mandates and certain enhancements were made on limits for additional factor of authentication relaxation. That means, as we all know, in India, for any electronic payment transactions, there are 2 factors of authentication. So in case of auto pay, that is the mandates, electronic mandates for recurring transactions, we granted certain relaxations in this AFA requirements. So these enhancements were earlier it was 2,000, it was increased to 5,000 INR, and then subsequently to 15,000 INR for without AFA the transactions to be made. So these instructions of on recurring mandates and limit enhancements, they basically facilitated the exponential growth of UPI. And the customers, they have to just set up and give their consent for mandates for recurring transactions, and they will be able to make payments up to rupees 15,000 INR per transactions without any requirement of AFA or the PIN. So UPI Auto Pay as a payment method, it has basically, what we see is that it has revolutionized the e-commerce sector, utility bill and fee payments, subscription-based services, EMI payments for loans, insurance premium, mutual fund, SIPs, systemic investments. So all these facilities of payment, they have got a boost through UPI Auto Pay. And basically this is a measure which combines convenience with adequate safety, like additional factor of authentication during the e-mandate registration, modification, and revocation, as well as for the first payment transactions using this. But the subsequent successive transactions will be done without PIN, without AFA requirements. However, as a risk mitigant and customer facilitation measure, the issuer is required to send a pre-transaction notification to the cardholder at least 24 hours prior to the actual charge or debit to the card. On receipt of this pre-transaction notification, the customer, the cardholder has the facility to opt out of that particular transaction or the e-mandate facility itself. So what we see, though certain relaxations have been given to the customer for such transactions in AFA requirements, these are basically from the customer convenience perspective, but it has also been ensured that they are secure and the customer has all control on effecting such transactions. So as I said, at least 24 hours prior to the actual charge to the card, the customer will receive a pre-transaction notification, and so he has the control to either go by it or withdraw that option. Now, RBI has also been making all efforts to facilitate greater participation of retail customers in financial markets. As for example, for in the government securities segment, through the recent launch of Retail Direct Scheme. This was basically enablement was made for customers to make payment through UPI in addition to all other payment modes such as internet banking and others, to make payments for both participation in both primary and secondary markets. And over time, what we have seen, we could see that UPI has also become a popular payment option for initial public offering, that is investment in equities of Indian companies. So considering that UPI has been considered as an option favorable for all customers, we thought to encourage the use of UPI by retail investors, the transaction limit for payments using UPI, they have been increased from 2 lakhs to 5 lakhs in case of payments to be made on retail direct scheme or the initial public offerings. Now, in addition to this, we have also advised NPCI to ensure that the customers who have bank accounts but do not have debit cards, they are onboarded, hassle-free onboarded onto UPI with the use of Aadhaar. So as all of you know, maybe knowing that Aadhaar is a unique identifier for each citizen of our country. So users of Aadhaar has been enabled to getting onboarded on UPI. We have also facilitated linkage of credit cards onto UPI. As we know that so far the UPI transactions were facilitated by linking savings of current accounts through the debit cards of the users. And even with the guidelines on interoperability of prepaid payment instruments, the access to PPIs on our UPI payment system has also been enabled. So to ensure that the more avenues are provided to the customers for making payment through UPI platform and convenience is ensured, that we made it possible that the credit cards could be linked to UPI for making payments. And to start with, we have mandated that RuPay credit cards can be linked on UPI for making payments. Now, as a part of addressing the concentration risk in UPI ecosystem, NPCI has introduced a volume cap for third-party app providers. If you all know, in UPI ecosystem, we have apps which are provided by the banks or by third-party app providers. So those app providers, we have NPCI has introduced a volume cap on the TPAPs, whereby the PSP, the payment service provider banks and the third-party app providers, they are required to ensure that the total volume of transactions initiated through the third-party app providers, do not exceed 30% of the total volume of UPI transactions which have been processed during the last preceding 3 months. So this has been done to address mainly the concentration risk which was building up in the UPI ecosystem, and also to enable new fintech players to enter the market and drive innovation by introducing new use cases. Now, as I said, one of the endeavor what we have is about customer protection in the entire payment ecosystem. What we ensure to ensure effective control over all participants in UPI, and to define the roles, responsibilities, and accountabilities of all the stakeholders in UPI system. NPCI was mandated, was advised to enter into a tripartite agreement with all the stakeholders. Considering that the third-party app providers, which have a large customer base, and they have the first-hand visibility of the customers which have been onboarded on their respective apps, it was ensured that the primary responsibility for resolution of customer grievances and complaints lied with the third-party app providers in respect of the UPI transactions which are initiated by customers which have been onboarded by their apps. So it was also mandated that the third-party app providers, they also provide a facility upfront on the app itself to facilitate customer to raise complaints in respect of UPI transactions. RBI has also been intervening on multiple occasions especially in cases where we could see there was rise in UPI frauds, and those were mainly on account of SIM swapping or the SMS spoofing. So adequate measures, it was ensured that adequate safety and security measures were taken at the systemic level to prevent such frauds. We also came out with a framework which for harmonizing turnaround time and also providing customer compensation for in respect of failed transactions. And these were mainly for, in fact, this was to be implemented for all payment systems. And it was to be implemented with effect from 15th of October 2019, so as to bring uniformity and discipline in reversal of failed transactions. So the framework basically described a turnaround time as well as a turnaround time for the failed transactions, and also it provided a customer compensation framework which provided suo motu compensation to the customers for delays in execution of reversal of failed transactions. Now, as I talked about, settlement guarantee was one of the important risk mitigation measure which we mandated, given the systemic nature of UPI, where it is a fast payment system and the fund transfer happens instantaneously, and the credit is afforded in the beneficiary's account instantaneously within seconds. It is highly critical to ensure that there is a settlement finality in the event of defaults of the participants. And RBI therefore has adopted a very conservative approach based on the PFMI principles, which is the principles which have been developed, formulated jointly by the Committee on Payment and Market Infrastructure and the International Organization for Securities Commissions way back in 2012. So we have based our approach on these PFMI principles. In fact, it is beyond the PFMI principles. It is more conservative in the approach. And we have advised, mandated NPCI to have a settlement guarantee cover, which is more than comfortable to address the settlement risks. And RBI has been ensuring adequacy of settlement guarantee funds during the on-site inspections of NPCI. We have also ensured that in order to take advantage of availability of RTGS on all days of the year, we have advised NPCI to increase number of settlement cycles so that the settlement risk could be largely reduced, and it also enabled banks to manage their liquidity effectively. On scalability of infrastructure, while the initial proposition of UPI was through a single bank model, it was felt necessary that we have multi-bank model especially for large tech players which have access to huge customer base, for ensuring that the expected volumes are processed effectively. Now, so we accordingly multi-bank model was permitted way back in August 2017, so that large TPAP, large third-party app providers, they could partner with multiple payment service provider banks. We also mandated NPCI in October 2020 to ensure that the large TPAPs, they go live on UPI in a graded manner, depending on scalability and readiness of the UPI ecosystem. We have taken various steps to reduce technical declines and downtimes in the UPI payment ecosystem by introducing Upi Lite. What we see is that UPI processes around 20 crore transactions on a daily basis, and about 50% of these transactions, they have a value of about rupees 200 INR and below. So as low value transactions, they utilize significant system capacity and resources, as well as at times it leads to customer inconvenience because of transaction failures due to issues relating to connectivity. So a simpler process has been adopted, has been conceptualized for enabling small value transactions through a on-device wallet within the UPI app itself. Banks, we have also mandated that third-party app providers to provide seamless customer experience. The large third-party app providers who are on multiple bank model, they are permitted to create secondary UPI IDs, secondary virtual payment address, so that this will also help in addressing the technical declines when the primary VPI address, that is the PSP bank, which is not available. So the secondary UPI ID could be used, or the secondary PSP bank could be used for the purpose. We have also advised all payment system operators to put in place an online dispute resolution system for resolving customer grievances and disputes, especially relating to failed transactions. ODR system, or as we call online dispute resolution system, it is basically conceptualized as a rule-based, technology-driven, and customer-friendly mechanism for resolution of customer grievances and disputes with zero or minimal manual interventions. So accordingly, NPCI has also set up an online dispute resolution system, which they call it as UDIR, that is Unified Dispute and Issue Resolution Management System. As far as internationalization of UPI is concerned, RBI has been taking efforts towards global outreach of its payment systems, including the payment remittance services, more so in popular inbound and outbound remittance corridors of the country. To bestow undivided attention towards this goal, our NPCI has, on the advice of RBI, set up a wholly owned subsidiary, which is called NPCI International Private Limited, to facilitate international outreach of its payment systems, which is RuPay and UPI. So in view of the potential of UPI to provide for a stronger bilateral business and economic partnership with other jurisdictions, RBI has written letters to other central banks highlighting the features of UPI in terms of its efficiency and secured system, which can be used to transform retail payment mechanism globally, as well as promote financial inclusion. So at present, UPI acceptance for QR code-based payments are live in Singapore, Bhutan, and UAE, and efforts are on in various other countries, especially in Mauritius, Thailand, and Malaysia. RBI has also entered into a arrangement with Singapore to interlink both fast payment systems, that is UPI of India and Pay Now of Singapore. So by linkage of these two fast payment systems, customers in India or customers in Singapore, they can make cross-border fund transfer without them being onboarded in other payments, fast payment systems. So this is all about what I had to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad, for that very comprehensive presentation on all aspects. And it was, I think, for many of our viewers who are from abroad, it would be of interest to note that not only is the payments there, and the payments within India are already getting linked to other jurisdictions, so that UPI users from India, if they travel there, they can make payments. And now what you mentioned about with Pay Now, there could be bilateral onboarding of on respective national payment systems. And then, of course, India is committed with the launch of India Stack.Global to actually, and the launch of NPIL, the NPCI subsidiary for its international arm, to actually help other countries also create similar systems with similar features should there be a desire, and RBI too is helping out with that. Those are all things which should be of interest to us. And one small thing I would just draw attention to our listeners too is that one point which was there on your slide, the recent RBI announcement that UPI could also get linked with RuPay. So we are now seeing that the credit system and the payment system could converge, and that's a further direction in which things are growing. So these are all interesting growth paths for the future, which have been touched upon by our representative from our central bank, banking regulator and payments regulator, Mr. Prasad. Thank you for that. And with that, I request now Dilip to lay out the groundwork of what further plans, what is the relevance, so much has been done, and how are, that there are concerns in the world today that with geopolitical tensions growing or may growing again, what does that portend for payment solutions in general, and is what UPI doing in some way helpful in addressing those concerns as well? That is one thought which is there. And similarly, there are many other contextual issues which are there. So, the path ahead also, if Dilip, you could touch upon a little more, and how NPIL can really play a role and the role it is already playing, if those you could amplify on besides the other points that we'll be talking about. Thank you. With that, over to you, Dilip. You're mute. You're mute, Dilip.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you, sir, and hope you can hear me now. And first of all, thank you to me. Very informative presentation and update from Sudhanshu sir. So I will not actually duplicate that conversation. But let me just take a step back to understand, to kind of that when we looked at the retail payments institution as NPCI, the RBI started the seed, and RBI asked the commercial banks to set it up, and it has been set up as a public good. What it means is it has to work in the interest of public good as a whole, and it can make the profit, but it has to redeploy the profits back to provide innovation, provide infrastructure. And typically, in the 12th year of NPCI, we have been trying to work on keeping in mind three broad principles in our mind at all the time. All the decisions we take, all the systems we develop, three things which are there in our mind all the time. The first one is efficient. The system what we develop has to be efficient back to the ecosystem for all the stakeholders in that sense. And the NPCI, while providing that system, has to be again efficient, right? So what it means is, the Sudhanshu sir spoke about the RBI's mandate to NPCI to provide the uptime, to keep on publishing the ecosystem performance standards on technical declines, business decline. The MATI also monitors on a MATI dashboard, digital dashboard, the performance of the ecosystem on many of the Indian payment systems. So the efficiency is the key parameter which we keep thinking every day, that how can we become more efficient on a every passing day. The second is, how do we innovate more? While we say that lot has been done, there is lot needs to be done. Today, there are about 250 million digital payment users in the country, which has a potential to grow 3x. Today, there are 50 million merchants in the country. There is again potential to go by 3x or 4x. And when you look at the combined effort of this, we still have a 9x to 10x growth possible in the digital payment system. So now, if you want to look at the 10x growth from what we are here on, we need to obviously look at variety of solutions and variety of innovations in the digital payment systems. And we keep working on, with the guidance of the government, guidance of the RBI, to introduce the payments like, Sudhanshu spoke about Upi Lite, he spoke about the feature phone-based payments and variety of recurring payments. credit card payments on UPI. So variety of innovations which keeps on NPCI keeps on delivering as per the desire and need of the ecosystem. The last but not the least is NPCI being a public good has also a mandate to keep on passing the economies of scale back to the ecosystem. So this is the third aspect of after efficiency and innovation we keep in mind whatever we do, and as the scale keeps on growing, we keep on passing our we make it more and more affordable, our charges, our services to the ecosystem. Now, when you look at the digital payments is core to the country, and it's core to the economy. It adds to the speed of money. Basically, helps to increase the efficiency in the ecosystem. The conversion of cash to digital increases the transparency, increases in collection of tax payments, and increases the whole expansion of the formal economy. All of us are fully aware about that, and hence there is a strategic interest of RBI and the government to keep on growing the digital payments ecosystem, both demand and supply side, both increasing the consumers, and increasing the merchants who accept the digital payment system. India has built many platforms, public platforms, whether it's RuPay, its own domestic card payment system, UPI and toll collection, and variety of payment systems. Basically, and all these payment systems have been handy in three occasions, if I may say so. One is when the demonetization was announced, we had the ready platforms to take care of the large population who wanted to use the digital payment. Second is the COVID, again, which has been the digital payment accelerator. And when people could not go outside, whether it's a contactless payments on cards or whether it's a contactless payments on UPI or remote payments on UPI, the mechanism was available to do the transaction in safe and secure manner compared to the cash. And again, whatever work the ecosystem has done was handy in these two events. And now, Amit sir, you touched upon the geopolitical situation. The world is changing, geopolitical situation is changing, and in this particular situation, any country, irrespective of its size and shape, should have the self-sufficiency of the domestic payment systems. And thanks to the government and RBI's vision that we see that India is being self-sufficient on its domestic payment system. So if at all, if there is any issue where the India as a sovereign which is dragged into any of the world issues. So it's very important that for a domestic payment system to be self-sufficient. And for that matter, again, the India stack, or the stack which has been developed by NPCI on the payment systems, Prime Minister in one of the speech told that the public good of India can be the public good of the world, right? Public good payments platform of the India, public good payment platforms of the world. So in that case, we have started the work with many countries now under the government-to-government arrangement or a central bank-to-central bank arrangement to kind of offer them a UPI-like system or a RuPay-like system or any other platform which we have built up with the intent of making them self-sufficient, with the intent of them not depend on India, but use the platforms of what India has developed and build their domestic payment rails. So that is the work we have started, and NIPL, which is NPCI's fully owned subsidiary, has a single mandate of internationalization of the UPI, RuPay, and other platforms. The NIPL is also working on two very important issues as per the directives of RBI and the government, is the cross-border transactions, right? So one is the cross-border merchants and merchant payments, and second is wherever the Indians are traveling, whether they are able to use UPI and RuPay and able to transact back on international locations. And second is the cross-border remittance between the bank account to bank account. And again, the cross-border transactions are very complex in nature, and today there are delays; they are not real time. It's very expensive and not clear to the sender or beneficiary about the charges and other currency conversion mechanism. So this is a very complex use case which has to be taken by the regulators on both sides. An Indian regulator and the Singapore regulator MAS has taken over the project first of its kind to make the bank account in Singapore and bank account in India fully convertible to move money across each other, right? So from either of the location. And I think by this calendar year, we will launch the pilot to move the money on a real-time basis from Singapore to India and vice versa. And I think the similar model can be replicated to top 12, 15 countries where the India has majority of the remittance, trade, or the merchant travel, or the travel locations for the Indians. So I think in next 5 to 7 years time, the way cross-border merchant payments are made, the cross-border remittance are done, we believe that there would be significant change than what it is being done today, right? That's what we believe overall perspective. And we continue to work on the direction of the government and RBI in terms of some of the initiatives like increasing the trust of implementing online dispute resolution and some of the other projects which we spoke about. And predominantly, if I may just kind of explain to our audience that NPCI is a public good which has been created as a public good by the RBI. It is a technology outfit predominantly. It is more than 60-70% of NPCI staff is a technical in nature, and our expertise is to build the technology platform, a large scale technology platform. And if I just have to give you some examples, today we do about 400 million customer initiated transactions on UPI. And to service this 400 million transactions, financial and non-financial put together, we do about 4 billion APIs, request response with the ecosystem, right? While the customer is sending money using the virtual private address, on the back end, it's a very complex system to go back and resolve the virtual private address, where the account actually resides, the multi-party transaction. There can be 6 parties inside that in any UPI transaction. So we do service about 4 billion APIs on a daily basis. So which is a kind of a crazy number in that sense when you look at the scale and processing. So we kind of now most of the platforms what we operate are fully owned by us, managed by us. We own the code, and our people write the code. So it's a fully technology outfit, and obviously our objective is now to move towards the deep tech. We have some of the practices on AI and the distributed ledger technology. So again, we believe in that technology roadmap, and obviously it might take some time, but that's our endeavor to look at that. So that's a brief, Amit sir, from my side, just giving you some highlights on what we have done and what we look at future.
So that was very interesting, but towards the end you did mention that it is owned and managed, but I believe I think you should add with that what you are doing for encouraging innovation. So you have a bunch of apps which are coming out through whatever you are putting out. It's not as though everything is closely held with you and there is no space for other ecosystem partners and players.
Yes.
Like to amplify on that point.
Yes. So what we are doing is, now, we have taken a decision to first to open source Beam. We are looking at, making up, we are working very closely with Meti on the Bhashni to use the libraries, the voice translation, the language translation libraries to in the Beam app, and collaborate with the other app providers to how can we, increase the efficiency of this. We are also in the process of, working. We work with many ecosystem providers, Amit sir, to build up the risk model on AI side. So there is huge collaboration to build up, to take the advantage, to take the ecosystem together on this innovation landscape. So in that sense, we work very closely with ecosystem to develop the systems, to build some of the standards, to build some of the open kind of libraries which are required to take the innovation forward. Similarly, we participate on many of the hackathons, many of the what you call the pilots, and recently RBI did the hackathon, and many of those hackathon players now are participating into the UPI fintechs, right? So whether it's the missed call based payments or IVR based payments, all these players have come out from the hackathon and now they are partnered with NPCI to provide the UPI based payments. So fairly ecosystem entity is what you can talk about NPCI.
Right, Dilip, and in addition, I believe it's you are not only working with the ecosystem and not only having open standards and open APIs and open platform design, but I think maybe you could also mention to our audience about how your decision-making structure and the system participation charging structures are all very participative. You are not like some of those payment operators which the world might be more familiar with, where one company internally takes all the decision and offers an offering with these rules and terms and these charges. Here, I think the kind of steering committee system you create in a very democratic fashion and with a rotating membership with all the various banks, etc., is itself an exercise in democratization of data and digitization. Would you like to?
Sure. No, great point. And
what you are used to and what we are used to, but the world may not be used to. For us,
no, great point. I missed to update that in my discussion. And NPCI that way is a fairly open and transparent company. And when you look at NPCI structure, and we operate on actually 3 levels of the structure in that sense. So one is the regulatory structure, wherein all the products what we launch, are approved and approved by the regulator. So NPCI, whatever payment systems are run by NPCI are, I can say that, well-regulated systems. So this is not just some sort of an innovation which we do while we continue to provide the innovation journey, and I call that term as a responsible innovation. We do the responsible innovation by means of one is not only taking the ecosystem together, but also taking those innovations to the regulator, getting the regulatory perspective, ensuring that all the concerns of the regulators are addressed, and then only after the regulator's approval, we implement. And, I must say that regulators' contribution while building up the UPI and, having the risk mitigations in place was immense. And we kind of work on the responsible innovation along with the regulator. The second layer is NPCI board in that sense. And NPCI board typically only look at the internal governance of NPCI and the switching fees, what NPCI charges back to the ecosystem based on the cost plus model is what we adopt, Amit sir, number of times. And the third is the steering committee, where all the rules of the, for example, rules and regulations, what we have, the interbank pricing, for example, right? All these things are approved by the steering committee, and the steering committee, again, it's not only banks. There are banks on steering committee. There are non-banks on the steering committee. There are PPIs. There are variety of. It's a diverse. There are industry bodies on that. The steering committee. There is IBA on the steering. So there are variety of players in the steering committee, and most of the decisions come to the steering committee and debated, deliberated, and then only it goes back to the implementation after the RBI approval. And number of times, while there are diverse stakeholders, diverse view comes in. So, but it has been NPCI's endeavor to have the consensus, at least at a broad level, between the ecosystem players. And number of times, even RBI asked for the steering committee approvals before they approve the products or platform or rules which has been proposed by NPCI.
Right, Dilip. So thanks for making that absolutely clear that you have a public accountability at the level of the regulatory guidance at the product level itself, that you have a very widely held company with a board which essentially takes care of governance, and the design choices and the terms of participation in the ecosystem are largely done through your very participative steering committees in which all stakeholders are represented, and that's the DNA of things here, and that's a very unique kind to as far as being Government of India are aware, a way of doing things. And I think that is as interesting institutionally as some of the technological solutions that you've created in your platform. Thanks for putting that out there. With that, Vishakha, I revert to you. I understand perhaps there are some issues with our third speaker.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Nonetheless, I thank all the members of the eminent panel for sharing their insightful experience and enriching us and updating us and shedding light on the role of RBI in fomenting the payment ecosystem in India, and also the emerging developments taking place in the payment ecosystem, whether it is linking of the payment system with credit system, or whether it is the international availability of UPI for other countries. I thank all the eminent panel members. Sir, there is one question, if you would be kind enough to take up from the audience. The question is from Preeti Rajagopal. She wants to know whether the zero cost model of UPI is sustainable in the long run.
Right. Thank you. So that's a pertinent question. Many people have asked that, and the answer to that is actually very much articulated in the government's policy announcement a couple of years ago in the budget speech of the finance minister in Parliament itself. You see, we tend to look at costs of operation, but there's always what is relevant in payment systems when banks are involved is the opportunity cost, really speaking. And the opportunity cost of not making digital payments is to service and bear the costs of servicing the bank customers in cash, which is an order of magnitude higher. Dilip and RBI would perhaps know the numbers better, but I recall from my personal connect at the time of the demonetization in India and when we began a major push, that the numbers cited by the Indian Banks Association at that time was that a cash transaction at the branch used to cost about 40 rupees per transaction, that an ATM transaction, depending upon whether it was within the same bank, what is called in the industry as a honest transaction, and or if it was a transaction between two different banks, in which case it was an off-us transaction in the bank speak. That used to range in cost from about 8-9 rupees for an honest transaction and about 15 rupees to an off-us transaction. And then you had for BCs, the business correspondent model, the intermediary with a micro ATM, who operates in villages in India. Again, through an NPCI product, which is our Aadhaar enabled payment system. Even on that, it was about some 12-13 rupees. And then, of course, digital payments for a fraction of a rupee. So that was the kind of savings which are there. And that is what really is the case, that if banks are one way or the other, if they are taking deposits and deploying those funds, and that is the low cost deposits which make the whole banking business possible, they are obligated to service customers. And today in the cash system, they are incurring a much higher cost than they do now with this. And with that has been over time, as scale has been achieved and as technical problem solving has proceeded, like Dilip mentioned this, no, I think it was Mr. Prasad who mentioned in his presentation, Upi Lite. So, for 200 rupees, if I can simply, to begin with, and I'm sure like other things over time, this will probably grow after testing for risk and everything. Up to a small ticket 200 rupee transaction, one can simply authorize it in the app itself and need not even inquire with the parent issuer bank, the remitter bank, whether there is sufficient balance left in the account. And that kind of a thing really cuts down costs and volumes of transaction, both capex and opex, drastically. So if we really apply ourselves systematically to the problem in a sustained basis and on population scale and on an interoperable basis, costs continuously come down even as volumes go up. That's the other big takeaway here. So yes, in the vacuum, it would seem that how can something with the zero thing be funded? But no, it is funding, and the proof of the pudding lies in the eating. The numbers are out there. Dilip or Mr. Prasad, would either of you like to add to this?
No, really, you have already captured all the facets of this aspect issue. Not really to add anything.
We are good. I think the system is working well, and the rising volumes are testimony of what we are doing is the right thing. Obviously, the need-based decisions will be taken certainly in this particular regard. As and when interventions are required, I'm sure government, RBI, and PCI, whoever has to intervene, can be intervened if the need arises.
Absolutely, Dilip. So, Vishakha, I don't see any other questions, but if there are any, we could, I suppose our speakers could take that, or I could take that from the government side. That's provided anybody can simply raise a hand also or send a chat message.
Sir, as of now, we do not have any.
Okay, sure.
I would again like to thank all the members of the esteemed panel for sparing their precious time and sharing their insights with us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Close now.
To be closed now? Thank you.
Yes, sir, you can leave. You can leave. You can leave. The session is ended in the platform.
Hi, Amit.
Hi, Brahma.
Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Very good afternoon. Other speakers are joining soon.
Okay. ब्रह्मा, अगर मुझे अपना एक पीपीटी का बैकअप रखना है तो should I mail you or should I send it to someone else?
You can mail to me.
मैं आपको WhatsApp कर रहा हूँ just as a backup, but I'll
Sure,
play it
sure.
from my side.
Sure.
मिल गया होगा अभी आपको.
I received it.
Good afternoon, Siddharth.
Hi, Amit. How are you?
Good, good, and you?
All good, all good. Congratulations on an amazing event and on the launch that happened as well.
So we did Meri Pehchan also. I don't know if you got to know about that, the national single sign-on.
Yes, I heard about that from Amit Jain. He mentioned it. The other Amit, Amit Ranjan. Amit Ranjan.
Yeah. So it's an offshoot of DigiLocker in a way.
That's pretty amazing. And it can be extended to so many use cases going forward.
Correct. So, DEPA for you, you can do that in sleep, right? So,
sorry?
DEPA you can do in your sleep. So,
in fact, there was a funny incident once where a friend of mine actually caught me in my sleep talking about moving data from FIP to FIU.
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know how you took it, but it's amazing.
No, but it's been shaping up well. The whole account aggregator side, I think it sort of picked up a lot of momentum now, and across the board, across securities and pensions and many other data sets are coming in.
Okay.
So it's quite interesting to see.
So you get all your financial instruments, right? I mean, you had about 16 types.
That is correct. Yeah. So beyond just banking, and there's now a significant push from the finance ministry to make it cross-sectoral.
So Mr. Sawant has joined, I think, from API Setu team, right?
Mr. Jain.
The old
I know.
cohort.
Is all my audio visuals okay?
Yeah,
okay. I have been trying to reach you.
I saw your missed call. Actually, there was some NSSO meeting going on. I thought I'll call you after 5 o'clock. You should have messaged me, actually.
I know. I was running around. Actually, this was a last minute thing. So.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Amit, to join us.
No problem. I hope I do good. I need lot of good wishes.
in NEGD all the time and continue to play the role outside.
I try to do what I can. Let's see.
The prodigal son returns, eh?
So Vikas Brahma. So who's going to drive this? There is the way this was decided is Vikas Tiwari is going to be here. So he will take over and then he will pass on the baton to me and then I'll start the presentation.
So you're doing the API Setu part, right?
I'm doing the API Setu part, but when this is the first session, right? API Setu is the first session.
Yeah. So
first session, but if you want any change, we are flexible there.
So that is good. If someone can go first, maybe that will give me few minutes to go over my presentation, have my speech little strengthened. So that would be great.
I don't mind starting.
So
I have no problem in starting.
Amit Jain.
So one more thing. So rather than directly introducing me, you will whoever is the like Sutradhar, right? He will introduce Vikas Tiwari, and Vikas Tiwari. Maybe you can talk about both. And then Vikas Tiwari will hand it over to me and then I'll begin the presentation.
Okay, that's fine. Can we have a very short profile of Vikas Tiwari? What is
I have already shared. So I'll share. Shared with Satyendra. Let me share it with you as well. I'm sending a WhatsApp message to you.
And Amit, my session is it's a session or a panel? I thought it was a panel discussion. Sorry, Amit.
So Siddharth, you are doing both, right? You will actually talk about data, the DEPA itself, and then you will anchor the Q&A part of the whole session in the end.
Oh, I am anchoring the Q&A. Okay, I was under the assumption.
No. So original plan was CEO Abhishek Singh sir was supposed to anchor up to the presentation part. And when the Q&A part comes, you will actually first talk about the DEPA itself, maybe summarize how DEPA relates to each one of us, and then take on questions and then pass it on to the relevant persons.
Yeah, that was the plan I'm aware of. Has it changed from that?
No, it hasn't. Brahma, has it changed from that? Not at the moment. I think
today.
Okay. So basically, Abhishek will hand it over.
Please check it now.
Excuse me, everyone. We're going live in 5 minutes.
Okay, just give me a few minutes. Okay.
So there will be the layout is we'll do each session and then there's going to be a Q&A at the end.
Yes, Amit.
Okay, sure, sir.
Brahma, who is the moderator for this session? Amit?
Sir, your name was there as the moderator and one of the panelists for API Setu part. But I think there might be...
I would rather want Amit to make the presentation.
Amit as in Amit Sawant.
Amit Sawant, yeah.
तो सर आप थोड़ा इंट्रोडक्शन मतलब एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट सेट कर सकते हैं देन द फ्लो आई थिंक इज आई विल गो फर्स्ट विद डिजिलॉकर अमित सावंत विल गो विद एपीआई सेतु and I think Anna ma'am will go with DEPA and Siddharth Shetty will summarize, talk about open source protocols and then take on the Q&A part of it.
Anna is joining now because she messaged me today that she is some clash.
I'm not sure. Brahma might be more aware of it.
And she was saying Siddharth will cover everything. So I don't know if...
So I think that might then be another change. Siddharth, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
But there is I think Anna is also joining.
Hi, Vikas. Thank you for joining.
Vikas will be with,
Hi, good afternoon.
with Amit.
Yes, sir.
Vikas, you can mention about the CoWIN APIs, how you use it.
Sure. All right. Thank you.
I think Dr. Vinod Paul has joined from Niti Aayog.
So Anna ma'am is in a meeting, so she will be joining after 10 minutes.
I've joined.
Okay, very good. Welcome ma'am.
Welcome.
Both for
आपका नाम
Good afternoon.
हाँ अभी चेंज करवा रहे हैं.
Yeah, thank you. So now the panel is complete.
Right. So Amit will share our individual presentations, right?
I will share my, yes. So I've actually kept a backup with Brahma, but I'll present from my own machine.
Yeah, so I'll do the same.
And Brahma, what's the sequence? We begin with the API Setu or we begin with the DigiLocker and then we go to data DEPA?
So, sir, the sequence is we begin with Amit Jain. He will speak on DigiLocker. Thereafter, we'll be requesting
2 minutes for live. Everyone, please be ready.
Vikas Tyagi ji. He will talk on API Setu intro and then he will pass it over to Amit Sawant.
Vikas Tiwari.
We will be making request to Anna ma'am, and thereafter we'll be making request to Siddharth Seti ji.
Sure.
So, this is the flow. Vansika, you can come on video.
Request Vanshika to keep the introductions short and crisp.
Sure, sir.
Sure, sir.
1 minute to go. Less than 1 minute. You can go now. Please start the session.
Vansika, you can unmute yourself and we can start the session.
Yes, sir. A very good afternoon to one and all attending the India Stack Knowledge Exchange Digital India Week 2022. I, Vanshika Singh, on behalf of Ministry of Electronics and IT Department, welcome you to the third session of the day, Paperless Governance and Data Empowerment. We have amongst us the esteemed leaders from the Digital India ecosystem who will be enlightening us on this topic. To begin with, the first speaker for the session is Mr. Amit Jain. He has wide range of experience. So shall I continue?
Continue.
Yeah. So to begin with, the first speaker for the session is Mr. Amit Jain. He has wide range of experience in telecom, banking, and digital government with hands-on experience of implementing IT solutions in USA, Africa, which is South Africa, Tanzania, etc. He has been involved in e-governance domain in India for over 10 years. During his stint with Ministry of Electronics and IT, he has worked in development of integrated framework for delivery of services, as well as conceptualization, development, and implementation of DigiLocker product, as well as related products such as an API gateway and National Academic Depository. He'll be exchanging his thoughts today on DigiLocker, providing document anywhere, anytime. The second speaker for the day is Mr. Vikas Tiwari, the head of solution architecture at India Government Business Amazon Internet Services Private Limited. He has 17 plus years of experience in solution architecture, cybersecurity, software development, startup founder, cloud and open source, and evangelist. He has worked with companies like IBM, PwC in his earlier roles. As a part of AWS, for the last 5 years, he has been working closely with government organizations of India, helping them to design citizen scale and mission critical cloud native applications, leveraging open source technologies. He'll be sharing his insights on API Setu, building blocks for innovation. The topic will be shared by Amit Sawant, the enterprise solutions architect. He has over 25 years of experience and has extensively worked on digital transformation of government services in India, US, and Singapore. The next speaker will be Ms. Anna Roy. She's currently engaged at Niti Aayog and heads the vertical dealing with data management and frontier technologies. In this role, she has led teams which have brought out major reports like National Strategy on Artificial Intelligence, Blockchain, the India Strategy, Approach Paper on AIR, AWAT, Responsible AI Principles and Enforcement Mechanism, the Data Empowerment and Protection Architecture. Ms. Roy also heads the Women Entrepreneurship Platform, a NITI flagship that works towards developing the entrepreneurial ecosystem for women. She will be giving a talk on data empowerment and protection architecture. The last speaker for the session will be Mr. Seti. He works on the India stack and his primary focus is on empowering every Indian with control of their financial, health, telecom, skills, and education data through the data empowerment and protection architecture. He will be delivering his thoughts today on open source protocol. I would now request our moderator to take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vanshika, I just got a request from Anna Roy is that she would go after Amit Jain. So Amit Jain can start with the DigiLocker and then we go to DEPA and then we come to API Setu with Amit Sawant, right?
Sure.
Okay.
So can we begin with the session?
Yeah. Thank you, sir. And it's a pleasure, being part of this panel and to be participating in this prestigious event. I'll just quickly share my small deck that I have prepared. Hopefully is visible to all. So when we talk about data empowerment, and I think I wanted to talk about the motto that DigiLocker has is it's a document wallet to empower citizens. And the subline is citizens control the data. So I was actually looking at, the philosophical reasoning behind data empowerment. What is data empowerment? How does paperless governance works? And this being a India Stack knowledge exchange, I wanted to actually start with the DigiLocker point of view from for what India Stack is, right? So when in 2015, when DigiLocker was being conceptualized, it was actually launched in July 2015. We were looking at India Stack and we saw, presence-less layer. Aadhaar had established a robust online authentication mechanism. They were already rolling out their e-KYC system. So presence-less layer, Aadhaar actually had a very robust framework already available. In the cashless layer, you had, so UPI was still somewhere around the corner, but you still had some established norms like NEFT and RTGS, Aadhaar-enabled payment systems, digital wallets were already around. So some part of the citizenry was comfortable with the cashless way of doing business. Of course, when UPI came around, it actually fully democratized the cashless way of doing business. The paperless layer was sort of there was a vacuum in the paperless layer. There was no global examples that we could follow. There was no established standard that we could just apply and build our platform. So DigiLocker team in a way had to start from scratch and use certain techniques to build a platform, to popularize it, to establish itself to the extent where it has today become a public digital platform. So a couple of things that DigiLocker team did was at that time is to leverage, emulate, and innovate. So we leveraged what Aadhaar eKYC services were providing to us. So we could actually authenticate our users, obtain some basic demographic data of the user while we were signing them up for DigiLocker services. We could emulate some of the data exchange and document exchange techniques that were out there, put out by the industry, implemented by certain other countries and enterprises. So we took some of those models and we built our own document exchange platform. In fact, API Setu eventually became a full-fledged platform coming out of the DigiLocker stable itself. And some of the innovations that we did, and I'll talk about those innovations, sometime down the presentations, enabled us to build a full service platform that satisfies the citizens' need as well as creates an opportunity for agencies to fast track their service delivery to the citizens. So this is how DigiLocker established itself in the paperless layer of India's stack. So from a paperless part, these were the actions that DigiLocker team took. Now the other side of this same transformation coin is data empowerment. Now data empowerment in theory means, as far as what I could gather is, you have to address information inequality. There is a lot of data farming taking place, but citizens are just, at least they were just spectators to their own data collection process. They had no say, into what data gets collected, how it is used, and how it is, shared with others. So one part of data empowerment is addressing information inequality. The other part, which is again an extension of addressing that inequality, is provide citizens right to access their own data. Now, in this respect, DigiLocker almost became the de facto platform in the country to allow citizens to come and claim their data as their own. And this is, across wide variety of data providers, and I'll go into the detail for that as well later on. Now, once you have access to your own data, the third and most important pillar of this empowerment is you have to be empowered to act on your data. You have to exercise control over your data. Who sees what type of my data? How do I share it? The privacy and protection of their data is very paramount to the citizens, as well as transparency. They should know who's accessing their data and for what purpose are they accessing it. So in theory, data empowerment talks about creating digital records of the citizen. So allowing them, through a mechanism to access their data. Finally, empowering them by sharing their data further for whatever their needs are, exercise certain control with respect to accessibility, privacy, and protection, and build transparency around it so that they know what is happening to their data on a regular basis. Now, so what did DigiLocker do in terms of data empowerment in practice? So number one thing, one of the biggest challenge to us was when we launched is there were not too many digital data repositories. Some ministries had created their own data repositories in silos, but there was no public channels to avail that data. There was no single portal where the citizen can go and start accessing that data. That data was being used for internal agency purposes only. So one of the things we did was try to use existing data repositories. So Ministry of Road Transport and Highways had National Register for Driving License and Vehicle Registration data. CBDT had their PAN data. Aadhaar had their own CIDR. So we and oil marketing companies had their own LPG subscription vouchers. So we targeted those agencies which had ready data repositories, and we created standards-based API linkages with those external data sources, in a way single source of truth, and started providing access to that data via DigiLocker. So at least on a single platform, a citizen can go and start accessing this data that was always there, but it was not visible to the citizen. Number two, we started creating data repository, and one of the key example of that was CBSE. In year 2016, when the results came out, we started talking to the CBSE team. They had, so every year they were publishing their results online, but what would happen is 15 days after the results are published, the data is archived and put it in a, in an offline repository, and it was not available for public usage after those 15 days period were over. So with extensive collaboration with CBSE, we were able to create a sort of a CBSE repository, which eventually took the form of National Academic Depository, which is now a product in its own right. So this was another way of going and creating data repositories where data was available. It was not in a very mature shape, but was given given that shape so that it could also be published for citizens to come and access. So that was the part that was creating the critical mass behind the DigiLocker system. Now came the second challenge, to create a data exchange network where you have to create open interoperable standards for data. So NAD repository is one such example. All our data that comes via DigiLocker is accessed by the citizen using 2 or 3 simple set of APIs. The data that resides in the back sometimes gets transformed to comply with those repositories, or it is put into a repository to comply to those standards and then made available to the citizen without any further customization to that data. Number 2, security and authenticity. So you had to have a network which was secure and authenticity from both sides, right? Authenticity from data that is coming from single source of truth, and authenticity in the sense that the data is being accessed by the user whose data it is. So we were building authenticity layer as part of user take on, and we were building authenticity layer as part of data publishing also. And of course, privacy and consent. So METI in 2016-17 came out with an e-consent framework that sort of took some pointers from what DigiLocker was doing as far as data exchange was concerned. We were providing certain feedback to the team that was building this e-consent framework, and together we were able to formalize an e-consent framework and implement it not only in DigiLocker but in certain other networks such as account aggregator network of RBI itself. So you had data, you were able to create data exchange mechanism. Now the third pillar of this data empowerment to the citizen was to create a regulatory framework to allow citizens to consume this data, but that whole exchange has to be covered with the legal framework. So Ministry of Electronics and IT in 2016, very early on in DigiLocker journey, published DigiLocker rules under the Information Technology Act. Now one of the key ingredients of those rules were that any data that comes from single source of truth, or any issued document as we call it in DigiLocker parlance, is at par with original physical document. So my printed CBSE mark sheet or my printed driving license is equivalent to the digital CBSE mark sheet that a student accesses from DigiLocker, or a driver accessing their digital license from DigiLocker. So it was a very important piece of intervention that METI did to provide confidence to not only citizen users but as well as agency users also, that whatever they are doing falls within the purview of the legal framework. So that was number 1. And taking cue from that Information Technology Act intervention, we were able to visit various sectoral agencies such as RBI, SEBI, IRDA, and talk to them about amending their various regulatory regimes to incorporate DigiLocker-based eKYC and DigiLocker-based exchange of data. So, and there is a list that I will show as to what those efforts, what fruits those efforts yielded as part of our collaboration with all of these agencies. So talking about digital data creation, and what we have been talking about is what are the main certificates that are in, that a citizen generates in their life cycle, right? You start accumulating documents the moment you're born, your birth certificate, your health card. The moment as you grow into your life, you start accumulating your education caste certificates, your identity documents, your vehicle registration. So we identified 20-25 such documents, and our endeavor has been to make sure that these important documents are available in authentic digital form via DigiLocker. So this is one biggest piece of data empowerment that we are pretty much focused on providing to every single citizen of the country. And this landscape, this is not an exhaustive list. There are over 200 types of digital documents that are available to the citizen via DigiLocker. But this is the, I would say, the key set of documents that we have been targeting to bring on board DigiLocker. Now, so you had those important documents identified, and start creating a repository or accessing those documents. So DigiLocker app. So this is just a mechanism to access your own data. You have issuers on the left side where authentic documents are residing. You have citizens on top signing up for DigiLocker service, and you have requesters at the right where they are accessing those documents in an online way. So a citizen comes, signs up for DigiLocker, starts identifying their documents from various issuers that are there. There are almost 2,300 issuers and requesters together. So citizens will start identifying their data and start, creating a repository or a small repository within their DigiLocker accounts. And as and when any need arises, they will start providing access to their documents to any bona fide requester agencies which are linked with DigiLocker. Now, so citizens are controlling their own data. You have a certain set of data formats that are that we are focusing on. One is identity documents. Aadhaar is already on. Driving license, PAN card is there. We are working with Ministry of External Affairs for passport, Election Commission for EPIC. So similarly, you have National Academic Depository, which is providing mark sheets, degrees, diplomas. A lot of domestic and foreign universities are accessing these educational credentials for admission to higher education. You have professional certificates, skill certificates. You have citizen services. So that canvas is full of different types of documents. Financial sector has been one of our biggest success stories, where fintech companies like small lending agencies or brokerage companies, some of them are using DigiLocker exclusively as part of their customer onboarding process. They are obtaining citizens' identity documents as part of user authentication. They are taking certain other documents from DigiLocker to complete their account opening processes via DigiLocker. We are working very closely with National Health Agency. The Aadhaar ID, Ayushman Bharat Health Account, is available via DigiLocker. Any user can go into DigiLocker and create an Aadhaar ID for themselves. There are certain health records in digital formats available from different health information providers. You can upload certain of your own old health records in DigiLocker. They will also become part of the Aadhaar ecosystem, where they will be made available to other health information users as digital health records coming via NHA ecosystem. So these are some of the areas that we have been focusing on, and there is more work to be done in some of these areas still. Now, coming to when I talked about the regulatory framework, on the right you will see these are some of the details of the IT Act intervention that MeitY did, and I've already mentioned that what these are talking about is issue documents from DigiLocker are at par with original documents in paper format. But some of the other notifications that actually created a lot of critical mass in the system is RBI and SEBI both amended their master's KYC circulars in 2020, right before COVID had hit, that says electronic documents from DigiLocker are a valid form of officially verified documents for customer KYC. As a precursor to that, Ministry of Finance, Department of Revenue amended their money laundering PMLA rules to say that digital KYC documents through DigiLocker are valid form of customer KYC. Similarly, Ministry of Education notified DigiLocker as the sole NAT depository in March of 2020. Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. I mean, a lot of these agencies are basically saying that DigiLocker issued documents are a valid form of customer identification or user identification as part of their own internal processes. Other regulators such as TRAI and IRD have issued similar notification. The Central Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances has issued a nationwide, full government-wide notification saying that digital documents from all central government departments must necessarily be published through DigiLocker. Similarly, for vocational education and training, DigiLocker is building a national skills certificate repository. States, Department of Transport, Department of Health, Department of Revenue, even at Chief Secretary level, notifications have been issued for adoption of DigiLocker for pushing documents directly to the citizen, as well as consuming citizen documents to provide various services. So this ecosystem actually provided a big impetus into into a larger footprint for DigiLocker system. Now, what does that larger footprint mean? So currently we have about 114 million users, or roughly 11.42 crore users, and we have daily sign-up rate of 1,25,000 users coming and signing up for our services voluntarily. We have not undertaken any massive inorganic sign-up exercise. This is our organic growth that is happening on a daily basis. And one of the main reasons that these users are signing up or coming back to log into their account is this number, 5.14 billion issued documents. So there are 514 crore authentic digital documents coming directly from single sources of truth. And you know all of those major ones, but if you go through our list, there are over 200 types of digital documents that are available. And whenever we go and talk to certain industry bodies, they keep on giving us their niche requirements that if you bring this type of document into the system, it will provide our customers this digital services. So this ecosystem continues to evolve. Agencies come and give us their wish list. Users keep on writing to us that I do not have my document from certain agency. Can it be made available via DigiLocker? So there is a lot of representation from both industry and citizen to further expand this ecosystem of issued documents. What we are envisaging by the year 2025 is that we will have close to 250 to 300 million accounts and almost 10 billion documents that that we can serve to the people of this country. And this is just a graph of how our growth has been. As you will see, in 2020 we had about 3.81 crore users, and this has been COVID times gave us a lot of challenges, but one of the benefits that we could provide through DigiLocker system is provide citizens a digital way of accessing services, and this shows in our number of signups. Our signups have gone up by close to 250% in the last 2-year period. Similarly, our number of issued documents have been increasing at the rate of 40 to 50% per year. So this has been one of the lessons that we have learned is the digital way of accessing services have now become the preferred way of service delivery, and a lot of users, of course, users realizes, but a lot of agencies are also realizes that they have to come on board this digital way of delivering services. So that has been one of the benefits that DigiLocker has provided to all. Now, some notable partnerships I've already mentioned. Transport department, there are daily 100,000 plus DL and RC accesses and checks. If you go to airlines or airports, ID checks, I see a lot of people providing their DigiLocker based ID. Railway TTs are doing that. Insurance industry, we have 27 companies already onboarded, 11 life and non-life companies are arriving. 100 plus financial companies, banks, NBFCs, insurance, e-commerce, digital lenders, payment companies. There are different stages of integration. Over 45 crore plus educational awards are already available via DigiLocker to students coming out of the NAD depository. A lot of education, higher education institutes are using it to provide admissions in a digital way. Some of these, so University of Puducherry is now targeting that there will be complete digital way of providing certificates and providing admissions to students. So they are targeting very ambitious targets that they may do away with any paper-based processes in their educational area. So there are certain examples that will come up which will provide inspiration to other central and state educational bodies to emulate. DigiLocker, I've already mentioned 2 times, that is the sole NAD depository as notified by Ministry of Education. We are also integrating with the health stack, providing Aadhaar ID as well as health locker services. Some of the things that we have done recently, or you can look forward to obtaining. There is a nominee facility that has already been implemented. There is, on top of the issued documents where data is coming from single source of truth, we have also upgraded our DigiLocker Drive service to accommodate health records in the health stack, so that I, as a user, can upload my old health documents and then make them part of those digital health records, make them part of the NHA ecosystem. On 4th of July, our Honorable Prime Minister launched the Meri Pehchan initiative. DigiLocker is one of the service providers to Meri Pehchan, which is a nationwide service to provide national single sign-on service to users and service providers. So DigiLocker's user authentication module is now also be providing Meri Pehchan services to users of all types. Health locker services phase 1 and phase 2 have already been implemented. We are now busy developing phase 3 so that our full implementation of health locker service can be completed. We are also building 2 unique features where we will provide family locker services where a person within the family can define a few members as their family members, and then they can actually access each other's data. This is dependent upon authentication of the initial user as well as the explicit consent of the other user who's being asked to become a family member of a DigiLocker user. We are also building a DigiLocker shareable profile. And what this profile will do is provide certain services. So once I go and update my Aadhaar address, I should be given an opportunity to automatically update that address in my driving license or in my PAN record. So this DigiLocker shareable profile will provide the facility to me to go update my information from Aadhaar database into other systems without having to visit, each agency's office and collecting another physical document in return. So I should be able to do that, from the comfort of my own home. So these are some of the things that we are busy implementing at the moment. Now, so I've talked about how citizens are benefiting. There is a lot of value proposition for agencies. It will eliminate counters. You do not have to, create a counter where citizens or users will come and apply for a service or avail a document. Get access to verified citizen data via a single trusted platform. Of course, it all ends up resulting in reduced cost and time of service delivery. We have developed a set of APIs that any user agency can come and use and integrate with us. It is not a very complex set of technical interfaces. There are issuer APIs and authorized partner APIs, and a lot of our partners are using these authorized partner APIs to provide 360-degree DigiLocker services to their users. There is a portal for each partner to register and obtain access. Develop, test your system, and then make it go live. Quickly, I'll just take 2 more minutes. What this set of APIs does is it gives you an option to provide DigiLocker as a service out of your own interface. You can ask users to sign up, sign in, upload documents, share issued documents, and access more issued documents. So once you integrate with this set of APIs, you're able to build your own DigiLocker interface within your application, and the backend and user authentication modules will be delivered by DigiLocker. And this is just a brief description of that set of APIs. I think with that, I conclude my presentation, and I think question and answer session will be at the end of all the other presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your insights. I would now request Ms. Anna Ray to please come and take over the session.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anna Roy, and I have a presentation which I will quickly run through, but the main point which I would like to make in today's panel discussion is that developing the technology is the much easier part, and being a public policy person like Abhishek, who is with me on this panel, it is the adoption, implementation, that is the difficult part. And that is where, Niti Aayog, METI, other ministries come into the picture. How do you ensure that all these wonderful technology which gets developed is adopted? So basically, Digital India, I don't have to repeat. It has, we have been seeing it, increase in leaps and bounds. 1 second. Isko kaise? So we started in 2006, and today we are in the frontier technology adoption phase. And there have been national missions, and I was in banking division when the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana was launched, and we have seen how the India Stack and the various other initiatives like the PMJDY and DigiLocker was also mentioned. Other initiatives will be mentioned. How the entire with the India Stack, along with these initiatives, have transformed the payment, digital payment space in the country. So if we see from 2014 onwards, What happened post demonetization with the focus on digital payments, and the PMJDY with the attempt to bring in large segments of populace who were not in the formal sector into the formal sector, that I really regard as the first phase of financial inclusion. It really helped by opening new accounts, making a common person who did not have access to banks, bringing the banks to them through a business correspondent, various other initiatives which were done. And of course, the great thing about through UPI and India Stack, and with new products like Bheem, UPI, etc., which were launched, the JAM Trinity, which is really called, and the progress in the digital space. So economic activity and demand is picking up since then. We have MSMEs which remain largely underserved for their credit needs. We keep having reports, one after the other, committees and reports which keep on saying that MSMEs still, the larger part, do not have access to formal credit. Banks have substantial liquidity, but they struggle to distribute it to the deserving MSMEs, which remain the underserved segment, so as to speak. So today we think that India really needs new paperless small ticket lending products to scale up formal MSME credit and drive growth. This is just one of the segments which I am focusing. But the larger picture is really that how do you leverage the digital, your digital footprint. Here we see, we like a very cliched term is data is the new oil. Now, how do you convert that in actual practice, where as the owner of my data, my own data, I'm able to leverage it for availing various benefits. That brings me to the data empowerment and protection architecture that really enables new applications of data. So what is really DAPA? DAPA is really designed with the objective that individuals should have control over how their personal data is used and shared. We saw some, we had this model of open banking in UK and several other such Western countries. It was not really a success because it was more like diktat. And this is what I say, when you talk about the real life situation, there are agencies, there are entities who have a business model, who have a history. So how do you ensure that all this data which rests with them really gets unlocked? The Western model of open banking was one such initiative to provide sharing of data in the financial space, so that the data can be used for providing better products, but the progress and the performance has not been very, very good there. What DAPA does is basically it allows a consent-based data sharing. It really is the technical architecture of what was there in the committee report, the committee, the Sri Krishna committee, which was constituted by METI, of categorizing the data from sensitive, more sensitive, less sensitive, and enabling a consent-based data sharing. So all those recommendations are really, translated into a protocol. That is what data really is. It has a consent manager, which is a independent, a regulated entity, and through a consent-based approach, I can use my data, and that data can then be used to provide specific services, whether it is better credit products, personal finance management, wealth management, insurance, pension. You just have to name it, and it can be provided to you because what was the data is, my data is available, and my digital footprint is being leveraged. So we are moving away from the very traditional way of providing financial products. So data in DAPA consent layer for India stack has been conceived. So there is, while we have the JAM Trinity and various other products around that, Mr. Jain just spoke about the presence-less layer, paperless layer, cashless layer. DAPA comes above all this as the consent layer, which provides a modern privacy data sharing framework. So this is basically rest above all the other India stack layers, and it has several applications, whether it is in finance through account aggregators, and Sehmati has proved on GEM and various other platforms that small ticket loans can be given, which would not be given by a traditional bank because of the overhead costs, because various other issues. But this kind of a facility really allows development of bespoke financial products, which can be given to meet the last mile requirements of the very diverse populace that we have in this country. It has implications for the Ayushman Bharat mission as well as in telecom. These are some of the work which has been done by iSpirit, and they have shared this information with us, which we are using in promoting the concept of data and trying to work with various constituencies to come up with specific schemes to at least focus, if not for everybody, focus on those segments which remain underserved today, to target them and to develop specific products for them by leveraging the DAPA platform. Credit, as I just said, there are issues with smaller MSMEs. So we have to move away from the collateral-based lending where the problem comes, and DAPA, which allows leveraging of digital footprints, is really something which is the future, and that, in my view, is phase 2 of the financial inclusion. So this is some of the issues around data on what needs to be done to provide, to leverage this platform for providing credit facilities, and even going beyond credit, other facilities also. So in the account aggregator framework, we have today lending is done, insurance can be done, investment products, all these are paperless, and the transaction costs are minimized, so they are more affordable products. The cost of the products come down. It allows for new types of cash flow based lending, insurance to MSMEs. As I said earlier, it moves away from traditional way of doing business in the financial setting. And it empowers, like the presentation is focused on MSMEs, because we are trying to leverage DAPA for MSMEs, which remains the largest segment of underserved and still not part of the formal financial fold. And in the financial inclusion phase 2, we hope that through this mechanism, we will be able to provide them the necessary financial products that they are looking for, and bring them within the formal financial fold, which is the target of financial inclusion program of the government. That is what we term as phase 2 of financial inclusion. As of now, 8 banks have adopted the account aggregator. However, wider adoption would be required, and this is where the challenge is. Whoever has adopted, there also the entire the uptake remains slow, but this is a very difficult and arduous exercise, job. But we did something like this in the digital payment space. There also we had vested interest. who had existing future business models. But today's technology is so disruptive, the business model life cycles have also really shortened. So the market would need to get aligned to these kind of new disruptions. And we hope that in coming months, we will see more adoption, we will see more uptake of this very unique asset which is out there, which will also help us in meeting some of the problems of bringing large segments of population who remain out of the formal credit fold within the formal market. We did this successfully under PMJDY on the saving side. Now on the credit side, we hope we will, through DEPA, we will be able to achieve similar success. Well, this is some of the standard kind of data. I'm not really on data. I think I'm more on processes and on understanding the motivation of various players in the market and trying to get over the resistance by understanding and appreciating and addressing their concerns. And that is what we will be hoping to do going forward. I did have some things on Ayushman Bharat, but I think, I have another I have a hard stop, so I'll have to end there. I will be sharing this deck and would request Abhishek and Meti to circulate the deck. And I will not be able to, remain for the rest of the program, so perhaps will not be able to join in the Q&A, but we are open all the time for new suggestions, for new inputs. Please feel free to reach out to us. And as I said in the beginning, and I hope Abhishek will agree, that adoption, implementation is the difficult and sticky part, and there all stakeholders need to come and sit on a common table, discuss across a table, and that is how we can take it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now request Mr. Vikas Tiwari to please take over.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Vikas Tiwari. I head the Solutions Architecture team for AWS Public Sector India, government business. I've got my colleague Amit Sawant, who is an enterprise architect with AWS, and in the past experience has worked closely with Indian government, driving the digital transformation projects. Today, we are going to talk about a key government initiative, API Setu, and this is around the establishment of open API ecosystem, where government services are exposed as APIs to allow integration with other government and private sector applications. Compared to the traditional model of siloed application, this is allowing us to set up a strong foundation for open and interoperable digital platform. Just to give an example, how Anna ma'am just mentioned the key importance of adoption and implementation of services. We have seen during the pandemic when we were working on the COVID application. So how can we drive the adoption of the vaccination across the country? So an open API based initiative allowed us to integrate the COVID APIs along with lots of private sector applications, so that instead of asking every citizen to come to our platform, let's provide our services on the platforms, including DigiLocker and then Paytm. So provide those services and integrate with as many solutions as possible. So Amit, please share your views how API Setu is transforming the delivery of government services in India.
Thank you, Vikas. Let me just quickly share my slide deck. So thank you, Vikas, and I'm really privileged to be here and talk about this important and very dear subject about APIs to all the audience. So Vikas, as you said, we are really living in a very interesting time. We have seen a lot of transformations in last 40, 50 years. So we have seen transformations from mainframes to PCs to client server computing to World Wide Web to mobile computing, services over mobile. And even now we are in a very interesting time, and we really realize it, and we rarely acknowledge it. If we look at today, just to give you an example, if we take a ride-hailing app, if we want to take a ride and if you want to book a cab, we take the app, we log on to it, we send our location using a mapping application to the driver. We take the cab, we go home, we reach our destination, and we pay the driver using different instruments such as our credit cards, UPI, or our online banking. If you see this is so seamless, and we don't see how this all works. As of today, the applications are not standalone services. They are not on their own. They are really talking to each other to give you more meaningful and more impactful services, right? So in this example, a ride application talks to mapping application, which talks to your mobiles and OTPs, which eventually talks to your payment gateways and banking applications, or even UPI and Aadhaar. So this we have seen with increasing volume and velocity. The applications are not standalone or in silos. They are talking to each other in an increasing manner to provide more important and more meaningful services. And we don't really acknowledge this or see this when we use these applications. And this is really a big transformation now. So take the example of ride-hailing app, or ordering food, booking airline tickets, or even taking using some of the government services, like you rightly mentioned, CoWIN. It was a transformation. Now, what really enables two applications to talk together or talk to each other is the APIs, application programming interface, and that is what this session is all about. The question here is, we see all those transformations. The examples that we looked at mostly are from the industry, private sector, or from startups. The question is rather, can these transformations possible in government services? Can we bring similar transformations to citizens while providing government services? And that was the idea behind API Setu. So the API Setu is name of the platform that enables this, but underlying this platform is an open API policy, which was notified by Ministry of Electronics and IT actually during the launch of Digital India program in 2015. The idea was taking the cue or inspiration from all these transformation that is happening in private sectors around APIs and applications talking to each other. The government realized that it is more important to break the silos in which the government applications or services are working on, and break these islands and bridge these gaps between them. So the idea was to build an open and interoperable digital platform to enable seamless service delivery across all domains by bridging this gap and making applications talk to each other. Also, the objective was to enable quick and transparent software integrations with other government services applications. At the same time, the safety and reliability of sharing the information was also important. And last but not the least, just as this transformation has driven the innovation in the private industry, the government really wanted to promote innovation through the availability of data from the e-governance applications and systems to the industry and to the public for the large. And that was really the underlying principle of the open API policy, which is the foundation of the open API platform, really. So the platform is not just mere technology platform or an application or a website. It is really backed by a sound API policy by the ministry. Now, some work has already been done in this direction. So very famous examples that we have seen in government is Aadhaar's authentication and KYC APIs. We have seen what transformation API has caused in the payment industry and reaching out to the grassroots levels in the country. We have applications such as Digital Locker and Umang. We have applications to verify PAN account numbers. As you rightly said, Vikas, CoWIN is a very recent example which through its open APIs, it really helped drive the vaccination program across the country by not relying only on a single platform, but making the APIs open to an ecosystem of applications which were readily available at the fingertips of the users. So those things are really good examples to give in the API adoption or the open API adoption within the government. But this was still is only we are scratching the surface, and the potential is really, really huge. And that's what the ministry and the Digital India Corporation is aiming at. So as of today, based upon the policy, the platform or the application called apisetu.gov.in has been launched. It is live now for almost about 1.5 to 2 years. It has been there are close to 1,600 APIs that are available on the platform from 1,000+ partner government organizations. And as of today, as we speak, over 9 crore monthly transactions take place on this platform. The big significant chunk or the main domain that leverages this platform is the educational domain. We know that verification of educational records for employment, for government services is an important subject, and verifying the authenticity of these documents is very, very important for providing services to either students or the candidates or to the applicants. As of today, 25 lakh educational records are verified in an admission season on the platform, and that's really significant. This is one area where this platform or this open API policy has had a significant impact on. As Anna ma'am rightly said in her presentation, only technical platform is not a solution. It has to be really backed by strong implementation guidelines, strong data access and sharing policy, and there has to be a strong interministerial governance coordination that is required. So that work is happening in the background. So in the implementation guidelines for the overall operation of this platform has been prepared, and that has been circulated, that has been given to the ministry. Ministry is working on the data access policy. It is setting up a interministerial governance structure so that the decisions decisions can be taken to whom to allow to access the data, what data can be accessed, what data cannot be accessed, who can access, who cannot access. So what services can be given to government agencies, what services can be open to private companies. So all those decisions need a consensus among the participating ministries, and it is not possible only for one ministry or one organization to drive that. So the ministry has put in place an interministerial governance structure to drive this ecosystem and to drive the decisions and policies regarding this application, and that is a very, very important step as we saw. Similarly, when applications talk to each other and when they share the data, it is important that the syntax and the semantics of the data is consistent. So we cannot, if Maharashtra Education Board shares a class 10 data and Karnataka Education Board shares a class 10 data, we don't want these data sets to be in completely different format. Otherwise, this will defeat the purpose. So there is at least some sort of standardization that is required while sharing a class 10 data of any board across the country. So that work has been taken up, and a lot of work has already been in this platform. And again, that is an important step. The advantages are really very obvious. It is to data publishers and consumers. Earlier, with the lack of API Setu, a consumer had to run from pillar to post to access multiple data sets. Just as an example, let's say a college or an employer wanted to verify, let's say, a driving license of a student as a proof of identity and CBSE record or a class 10th education record. Assuming that the API existed, the employer would have to go to Ministry of Road Transport and Highways and seek permission for using the driving license, and then will have to go to CBSE or the corresponding education board to seek the permission to verify the class 10th record. And this is completely different independent process. You have to follow multiple departments, take the permissions, and then if everyone allows you, depending upon their individual policy, you would get, if you're lucky, get access to verify that. But with the open API policy and with the open API platform, now the publishers can publish the data on one platform and the consumers can come onto the platform. Now the access to the data is driven by a common policy where you don't have to, and that is the idea, that is the guideline. This ecosystem is still evolving, but the idea is the consumer does not have to go to each and individual department to seek permission to use the data. So that is one important aspect. What is the one important advantage? At the same time, having a common platform allows the platform or allows us to have a industry standard protocols and data standardizations. As I talked in the previous point, you can drive the data standardization from one point only. Once you have a single platform, you can make sure that class 10 data is consistent across all education boards. So those are the advantages. Some are from the policy perspective, from publishers and consumers, some are from the technical perspective. And that is the state as of today. The world of APIs or the universe of APIs is quite large, and it's not possible to start working on them all at the same time. So what the team at the ministry actually did is they focused they first of all identified a list of APIs that are really important to cause a transformation. Right. So just like Aadhaar and UPI we talked about. So what are the other data sets that are very repeatedly and tangibly used in various services? And if API or a service that has been exposed, readily exposed to use those services in providing government services, have the maximum potential to cause an impact. So these are close to 20 so services that have been identified by the team in consultation with the ministry, which are repeatedly used in various services, and the work is on to provide these services to the consumers on the ecosystem. And really, if you go through this list, right from date of birth verification, address verification, driving license, PAN verification for your proof of ID, proof of address verification, caste, income, your bank account verification, ration card verification. So these are very, very obvious services, and they have a good potential of creating an impact if we bring them, or at least we begin with bringing these services onto the platform to the consumers. On the more technical side, the portal that is there today, it first of all, it acts as a content portal. It provides access to the APIs, open API policy, and the progress up till now. It more importantly also acts as a API directory portal. So all the 1600 APIs that we saw, 1000+ organizations, you can go and see the open API specifications of all those at a single place. So prior to API Setu, this kind of standardization or the API documentation was not consistently available. And if you go there today, you will see it's very important to mention here that the platform has adopted Open API 3.0 standard for the API documentation, and that is consistent for all the APIs. So you can go search the APIs, search the APIs based on the department, search the APIs based on the use case, search the APIs based on the domain that you're looking at, like finance or education. And find out the API providers as well as the APIs. And not only that, you can also find the API documentation in a consistent open API format. You can also test the APIs on the platform using test credentials. At the same time, for the developers of the API, since API is more of a technical subject, eventually the developers of the APIs can come onto the platform and they can manage a complete API lifecycle, such as configuration, testing, publishing, monitoring of the APIs, to address the scaling, which is an important factor when we talk about government APIs, is to provide the features such as rate limiting or throttling of the APIs for the consumers, logging of the APIs to find out troubleshooting, monitoring, and the performance analysis. So all these facilities are envisioned for the platform. Some of them are already available on the development platform. Any consumer publisher can log on to the platform, sign up, create an account, and see these features that are available. So as we saw, from the API policy to the portal to a content management along with the data, as well as the technical API lifecycle management, this platform has come a long way since last 2 years, and it is turning into a full-fledged API management portal. On the other side, it's also important to look at productization of these APIs, right? So the list of APIs, 2022 APIs that we saw earlier, are core APIs. They are individual to a department or specific to a data point. But it's really the transformation will happen when we club these individual APIs and provide some sort of more value-added services out of these APIs and club them into API products such as identity and KYC APIs, academic services APIs, financial services APIs, health services APIs. And that is the idea behind it. At the same time, during this Digital India Week, we all know that a very important service, National Single Sign-On Service, was launched. Again, that service is somehow related to Open API platform. It to some extent uses some of the services from the Open API platform as well. So again, this platform itself is an ecosystem of certain other products that Digital India Corporation built, and it will evolve in terms of bringing up or providing more value-added services on top of these APIs. If you go today on the platform, you'll already see some of the API products such as health, such as education and finance and e-governance applications, and that will evolve as we go on. The number of sectors or the list of sectors is really unlimited. API is such a topic that it touches everything. But from the e-governance perspective, education, finance, health, these are very, very important. Startup ecosystem, again, we have seen what UPI has done to the startup ecosystem. CoWIN has also really helped, not just government applications such as Arogya Setu, Digital Locker, Umang, but some other private applications to provide CoWIN vaccinations, appointment slots, booking services. So Aadhaar itself has helped a lot in the startup ecosystem. So there are a lot of sector-wise benefits. Employment, government service delivery is an important one. Land records, verification of the land records. So the use cases basically are unlimited, but the core that the API Setu team right now is focusing on from the Digital India Corporation is the education, finance, e-governance services, and health, actually. So out of all these, just a few recent notable use cases. As we know, Digital Locker, Amit Jain just talked about it. Digital Locker at the back end really uses API Setu to provide authentic digital documents. So Digital Locker API Setu evolved from the gateway that was built by Digital Locker and then kind of separated out to build a backbone or the foundation of the API Setu. So now Digital Locker is kind of a consumer of the API Setu, and all the documents that you see coming from the issuers ecosystem really originate through API Setu. So that's already an important use case, and Digital Locker is a significant consumer of API Setu platform. Education, as I said, is a prime example of consumers of API Setu. Earlier, when the educational credentials are verified, it happens offline, and the problem with that is authenticity, verification of authenticity of these documents, as well as privacy. With the help of API Setu, and as you can see, Delhi University and eSanad are actively verifying documents from API Setu. For Delhi University is using it for class 10th and 12th verification, mark sheet verification, and eSanad verifies class 10th and 12th mark sheets of students from more than 5 boards actually, applying for foreign universities. So all the verifications from the foreign university comes to eSanad application, and eSanad applications, rather than integrating separately with all the individual boards in the country, has connected to API Setu. And API Setu, with the permission from the corresponding education board, verifies these documents for eSanad. So this verification happens at a single point of contact rather than end-to-end connections from eSanad to different education boards. Karnataka State Police is significantly using this for their police recruitment to verify their candidates' credentials. Vikas definitely talked about CoWIN API. This is a very, very significant use case on multiple facets. There are multiple dimensions to it. First of all, the objective was not just to have a single application to provide registration and booking. So it was to build an ecosystem of different applications and enable mass drive of registrations for vaccinations. And it was decided that we need to expose APIs through CoWIN to different applications, whoever comes and is ready to integrate. So there were multiple challenges. One was defining the APIs, then having a consistent standard to talk to such a larger ecosystem of applications, not just from government, but from the private industry as well. So gladly, I'm very glad to share that API Setu was selected by Ministry of Health to publish the APIs on Open API 3.0 standards for CoWIN application. APIs were published and everyone was just directed. So the interaction was not one-on-one with the integrating applications. Everyone was directed to API Setu. Everyone referred to the API documentation right there. They verified the documents, they did testing on the platform, and they integrated it. So having a consistent standard documentation help engage with a wide audience of the consumers at the same time. So that's the power of proper documentation and a central directory portal. At the same time, having access to those APIs in a consistent manner also made the life of these applications like Arogya Setu, Digital Locker, Umang, other private applications, made their life easy to adopt those applications. So these are just, again, some of the notable use cases. And again, as I earlier said, this is only the beginning. I think the potential is immense, and I'm really glad that Ministry has put in a policy in place to have a strong structural and policy level backbone to this platform. And the team is working on to build such a strong ecosystem with over 1,000 partners with 1,600 APIs in the platform. And I'm sure this has a huge potential to transform in this age of APIs and bring the same transformation that we began with in the government services and to make the lives of the citizens better. So with that, Vikas, do you want to add anything?
So thank you, Amit, for the key insights here. And one thing I would like to say that government has strong focus on the API first approach. And Anna Madden talked about the DAPA, which is more like open data ecosystem. And these are the key building blocks for fueling the innovation in country. And if you look at the key trends, so let's say if I'm running a startup and I want to design a solution around the government citizen services, so we call it GovTechs. So typically, if I'm a GovTech and I want to design a service, let's say for background verification, so I can leverage these APIs, can design a solution with open data. We can run analytics on top of it. We were discussing other day, it could be very helpful in national security with so many departments coming together. Today, if I'm a traveler, I go to a hotel, they'll just see the physical copy of my ID, but nobody knows that whether that's a genuine ID or someone is using a fake ID. But with these APIs coming online, someone can design a solution where hotels, everyone can just validate the certificates online, and the whole challenge of fake IDs can be eliminated across countries. So this is just a beginning. This is just a foundational block, and we are looking at some very strategic innovations. So Amit, my question to you is, now we are talking about this critical building block. Everything will be API driven. Now, how cloud is helping to ensure the performance of this building block?
Yeah, that's a very important question, because as we said, the potential is immense, and this will evolve into sort of a very important infrastructural backbone if all the envisioned APIs come onto the platform. So the very, very architectural foundations of a well-architected platform or an application, security, scalability, and reliability, they have to be ensured. And I think the team has recently considered cloud adoption, and they have recently moved on to Amazon. The journey has just begun. There are a lot of areas that need to be looked at from the scalability. So cloud is one factor where AWS is helping API Setu team adopt those good practices, bring in the right scalability features, infrastructure, and the security practices and the good practices around cloud adoption.
Absolutely. And when we talk about APIs, we talk about CoWIN. It's extremely important that we are designing APIs which can respond within the defined response time. For example, if an API is responding, taking more than 1 second to respond, then it may have like repercussions and the other applications may not adopt it. So definitely performance and the reliability of the APIs are extremely important.
Excuse me,
And
sir.
the way we are doing it, we are on the right track. So thank you.
So I'm so sorry to interrupt, but we're running short of time. Could you please summarize the session?
So I think we are good. Yeah. Amit, you would like to summarize?
No, I think so. As I said, this is again a beginning. There is a lot ground to be covered in terms of APIs. We have strong policy in place, strong foundations, good practices being followed from scalability, reliability perspective. The cloud adoption is happening, and I think this is just a beginning. And I think we are very, very hopeful that this will be a long and very potent journey, actually.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. So I would like to thank you for graciously putting forth the path of digital transformation in service delivery after the adoption of API. It gave us an insight into elaborative API management and how it is aiding in achieving the larger goal of building effective digital infrastructure for all. Thank you. I would now request Mr. Suresh Seti to please take over.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to all that have dialed in to listen to today's session as part of the larger Digital India Week. In the interest of time, I won't share a presentation, but what I will do is essentially share with you an overview of why the various digital building blocks, particularly the data empowerment and protection architecture and related facets to that, are so critical for us to globalize, and why there is a lot of interest from other countries in both advanced and emerging economies to adopt this sort of techno-legal approach that India is taking. If we look at it for a minute, what we heard today on the back of API frameworks, the Ministry of IT's open API policy, whether what Amit spoke about, which is the enablement of government data empowerment through the DigiLocker system, which is now spreading out to billions of documents, hundreds of millions of users. What Anna ma'am spoke about, which is a similar implementation of data empowerment, but in the regulated sectors, particularly finance. We are at, I think, roughly about 300 million bank accounts that are live. And in the next few months, that should soon touch 1 billion bank accounts, along with securities, insurance, and other categories of data being added onto the account aggregator system, actually making it one of the largest, the largest open finance rollout in the world. And the same architecture, which has subsequently been adopted for health data as part of the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, we'll soon see extended to private categories of data. So not just government data, not just regulated data, which is finance, health, telecom, education, and skills, but other private categories of data, which might be commerce and other types of media, when the data protection bill does get passed, because essentially India's data protection bill, from the point of view of DAPA, has two important elements. One, the understanding that informed consent is critical before data is shared, and in most cases, unconsented flows of data have been made illegal. Therefore, the individual or business needs a consent manager, which is the techno-legal innovation with which they can give consent and share data safely and securely. And the second element of the bill, which is essentially the right to data portability, which enshrines every individual has a right, in fact, almost like a mandate, to port their data from one service provider, whether it's government, whether it's regulated, whether it's private sector, to any other in a machine-readable structured manner using a consent manager. And so therefore, as this rollout progresses, this becomes the first techno-legal implementation of data empowerment in the world. Why is this important? If we step back for a minute and we look at just sort of the global privacy efforts that have happened, whether the European Union, which is the GDPR, and more recently They are drafting the Data Governance Act and the Data Act to supplement GDPR. Whether you look at Australia with the consumer data right, you look at some of the antitrust regulations that are emerging in the US, the information bank sort of system that exists in Japan. If you look at all of those, most of those countries have essentially taken a purely legal approach towards solving the problem of data empowerment. And the issue that arises with that is that legal approach in a digital world where most interactions are digital does not translate on the ground. And therefore, from a public policy perspective, you end up seeing enormous market failure. So therefore, regulations like GDPR, while many of the principles are absolutely right and important around individual agency, you end up seeing market failure when implemented on the ground, whether it raises the cost of compliance for small businesses, makes it much harder, further sort of adds to the existing incumbency of the large monopolies that exist, so on and so forth. And so therefore, it becomes critical that you not just implement regulations, but we supplement those regulations with open standards. And that's what the journey of India has been. Whether it was in the case of identity, supplementing our direct benefits transfer policy with open standards through the form of Aadhaar, thus reducing leakages, whether it was in the case of payments, not just that we have a policy, which was the Cashless India policy, but supplementing that with technology, which was UPI, to bring that to life, or more recently in the case of data empowerment. And therefore, this jugalbandi between open standards and the overarching legal and regulatory framework allows these innovations to cut across both public sector use cases and private sector use cases, and really create an ecosystem where the individual or the small business is at the center. One which has a right balance between the state, the market, and the individual. And what we're now seeing is this architecture, which has a right balance between all three of these players in the ecosystem, which takes this techno-legal approach. It has become relevant globally. If you look at the current global environment we are in, we are entering into a world that is going to be more multipolar. We are entering into a world where digital sovereignty is of prime concern for countries across the world. And the key issue is, in a topic like digital sovereignty, how do you enforce digital sovereignty if you don't control the standards, if you don't have the right ecosystem? Merely legislating your way through that doesn't work. And so therefore, India's approach, where we are able to sort of institutionalize this, implement rules, for example, in the case of UPI, where if certain players exceed a certain market share, policymakers are able to implement competition rules around who gets how much percentage share of transactions, etc., to keep the market competitive, is unthinkable in some of those ecosystems. And therefore, as countries are now drafting newer regulations, earlier this week, the European Union passed the Digital Services and Digital Markets Act, if I remember correctly, which is, again, to address similar points. And across the world, as advanced and emerging economies start to think about this, it's very important that we in India not just share this from the point of view of thought leadership with economies across the world, but actually help them out and help them out through many facets, because there are hundreds of countries that don't have digital identity. There are hundreds of countries that don't have a real-time payment system like we do with UPI. There are hundreds of countries that don't have a consented data sharing system, like in the case of DEPA, or even a sort of document wallet, like in the case of DigiLocker, powered by some common API framework. There are hundreds of countries that don't have that. And so therefore, it's very important for us as India, next year we have the G20 presidency. It's important that we start to think very strategically about how do we globalize these technologies and these digital public goods that have been built out in India, how do we take them to other parts of the world? And that's, you could think of it in three levels. One is in terms of technology standards. How do we take these technology standards and build global communities around this? This is not new. In fact, for a long while, we've been consumers of technology in India. And so, for example, powering a lot of our telecom networks previously, if you go back, let's say 3G would be Nokia Networks, Ericsson, companies built on the back of 3G standards. Then what happened recently with 5G when you had Huawei who built on the back of 5G standards. So it is a common technology playbook. It's important that we think about that strategically and really ensure that these standards encode many of the values that we hold dear to us: democracy, individual agency, human rights, that sort of get encoded into the core technology and policy architecture of these platforms. That's one. The second element for us to think deeply about, especially when it comes to globalization, is the market. How do we bring different market players together? Because again, as some of the other speakers shared, it's not merely a technology intervention. You need the right set of incentives where this can be implemented both domestically in other countries, but also to enable cross-border transactions. For example, why could I, let's say if I'm applying for a visa, given the infrastructure India has built, authenticate myself using Aadhaar, share my documents using DigiLocker, share my financial statements using Account Aggregator, and have a completely electronic way to apply for a visa with any country. And any country would be happy to be a recipient of those data because essentially that's that's more secure, it's cheaper, it's higher integrity than the traditional process that exists, right? So it facilitates better cross-border transactions as well as domestic transactions in those countries. And therefore, we need to think strategically about tech standards, the market, and also what are the right institutional frameworks we set up to make globalization possible. I think we have a few examples with what we've done in the case of identity with the MOZIP project, the modular open source ID project that's housed within IIIT Bangalore, what happened with COVIN and DIVOC, where it's traveled to other parts of the world, more recently with UPI as well, with NPCI anchoring the internationalization of UPI as that spreads to France and Singapore and the Middle East. And now, in fact, even more recently with DEPA, where countries like France, the European Union, and broader than that, are taking a keen interest on harmonizing these technical consent and data sharing standards. And if we are able to do that, and we are seeing that you have bodies on the other end, whether the Bank of International Settlements recognizing what work India has done in data governance is years ahead of any other country in the world, which wasn't the case early on when we were in fact building this architecture 5 years back. One was often under the assumption saying, this solution sort of exists in other parts of the world, why don't we copy it? And India sort of took a first principles approach saying, no, that won't work, it won't work at scale, it won't work in a way that facilitates greater diversity amongst market implementations. And 5 years hence, 7 years hence, we are seeing the benefits of that approach and that sort of first principles thinking. And if we are able to do that, we are at the end of the day, not just creating a better ecosystem for our citizens, but for essentially enabling better service delivery for citizens across the world, which becomes an extension of our soft power, which becomes a way for our companies to travel and creates a much healthier ecosystem because then you're really operating on world-class cutting-edge standards. And we learn from both ecosystems, and that allows us to also upgrade our thinking in the global environment. So that's sort of an overview of globalization and why we feel it's important and what's happening in the ecosystem today. And as we head towards taking on the G20 presidency, all of us should start to think deeply about whatever projects we build, which of those could actually be taken to other parts of the world, and think about what is the deployment pipeline to make that happen.
Thank you, Mr. Siddharth, for making us realize the imperativeness of adopting open source software through your talk. It definitely made our understanding on OSS and its strategic impact on e-governance application more comprehensive and grounded. Thank you. So there are a few questions in the chat box. I would request the speakers if they could briefly, discuss the points with us here.
So there are a couple of questions regarding availability. So regarding replication of similar services globally, and can we access documents of DigiLocker from outside India? So I'll answer the second question first. Yes, you can access documents via DigiLocker from outside India. There are no geographic bounds in terms of who accesses it. As long as the consent of the document principal, as in data principal, who is the actual user who is accessing that data, as long as his or her consent is there, agencies outside of India can also access it. In fact, a lot of foreign universities are already accessing DigiLocker academic awards and other student information via eSanad app, which is which is using DigiLocker in the back to provide verified educational documents directly to the foreign university. And number two, replicability of similar services. I think Siddharth touched upon various things. So there are a couple of things that we have developed which are unique to India. Number one is the techno-legal framework that we have created. So we have created a legal framework that ensures sustainability of the platform, as well as certain open source based technology principles that we have adopted. So both of those technological interventions that we have made, as well as legal frameworks that we have developed, can be replicated in its entirety, or parts of it can be replicated in other countries. We have developed a lot of data transformation techniques that can be utilized by anyone across the globe. How we host large data, how we do document exchange using APIs. All of these are, they are not very complex pieces of engineering that we have built. It is basically simple implementation of open standard based, open source based technologies. There are no, I mean, as far as I know from DigiLocker point of view, there are no licensing implications as well for anybody looking to adopt. A lot of our source code is already published on another platform that DIC has built, which is the open source platform. So from utilizing our code, from utilizing our expertise in document storage, management, exchange, our user management modules, our technical and legal frameworks that we have built, all of this is replicable across the globe, and our team is geared towards providing this kind of assistance to any country or any foreign agency which is looking to replicate the same in their own domicile.
Yeah, Amit covered it extremely well, and I'd just like to add on to the first question, which is replicability of the approach in other countries, both emerging and advanced economies. And in fact, this notion of emerging and advanced economies actually should dissolve in today's world, because it's no longer relevant. What you find is India often classified as an emerging economy on dimensions of e-governance, thanks to the work of many of the speakers on this call, and payments and data sharing is 5-10 years ahead of most other countries across the world, including your traditionally advanced. And when we think of replicability, you could think of it in two dimensions. One is replicability of protocols, which is other countries and regions adopting the same protocols in identity, payments, data, education skills, mobility, or even commerce. What India has launched with the Open Network Digital Commerce, in fact, aligns well with some of the efforts that are happening in other countries. So first is protocols. The second would be the open source implementation of those protocols. And so in India, in the case of identity, MOSIP is an open source implementation of the Aadhaar system, which is now being implemented in countries like Morocco, Philippines. About 60+ million IDs have already been issued through that. And then third is if countries need assistance through the form of companies on top. So there's the adoption of protocols, there's the adoption of the open source software around that, and then for additional support, the enablement of companies into those ecosystems to further that adoption in whichever geography. And whether we take identity, again, like I said, most countries, and we saw this play out with COVID, even your advanced economies were struggling to disperse benefits, while India, because of a digital ID system, was able to disperse billions of dollars in minutes into people's bank accounts. And so therefore countries have now recognized, whether it's from that perspective or also from the perspective which are the concerns around big tech and this whole sovereignty question that's emerging with regards to big tech, and therefore not relying on big tech identity as a dominant ID within a country, there is a significant use case that's opening up for a very privacy preserving, digitally authenticatable ID system, much along the lines of what India has built. If you look at payments, Today, most countries don't have real-time payments. In countries where they're attempting to do real-time payments, for example, you have significant transaction costs that are incurred through the established card networks, 1 to 2% of transaction fees that are being taken, which actually places a burden in their economy and scale. And so therefore, you're seeing countries now try to think about this, whether it's emerging because of a crypto push on one end or it's emerging because of the CBDC push on the other. There is some thinking that's happening. And therefore, that creates another opportunity for solutions like UPI to actually be a part of those ecosystems. And then third, when it comes to data, as I mentioned, in Europe, the GDPR, Data Governance Act, Data Act, that Australia is implementing with the consumer data right, the right to data portability efforts that are happening in the US as well. Many countries are now grappling with how do they really give their citizens control of their data in a safe, secure, privacy-preserving way. And that cuts across all types of data. And therefore, there is a need. Many of the solutions, if you look at it, become they're not well-designed solutions. They become very sector-specific. They're not thought through, for example, the way DigiLocker has been thought through, where it's completely sector agnostic. The DLS specifications allows you to plug in, as Amit showed as well, sector after sector, basically at a click of a button, right? And so therefore, what we're seeing is there is another opportunity that opens up there. And lastly, when it comes to commerce, because a lot of countries are now dealing with sort of the monopoly effects, and they're seeing this bottom-up push coming from traders and businesses, small businesses in their economies. And therefore, what India is doing with ONDC / Beckon on the mobility side is making a strong case for us to align, cooperate strategically, and at least cooperate with an initial set of countries where we trust in the ecosystem in today's world and set those standards.
One part of the question, are there any technical challenges? I mean, there are no technical challenges that cannot be overcome. I think the biggest risk is sometimes the administrative decision making itself. So your policies have to ensure that the policies have to ensure you're not curtailing the way such systems are operating. Your policy should be enabling, and you actually have to build both policy and your technological platforms together. It has to be a collaborative approach. You cannot make policy which actually create certain constraints in the way your systems will evolve, and you cannot be too restrictive also. I think sometimes in the interest of privacy and security and protecting data or protecting some other factors, you do not want to over restrict the way these systems will work also. So I think administrative challenges are there, and we have seen even within India also, when we were talking to various sectoral regulations, they had a very open mind. They were ready to adopt their standard operating procedures to include these digital transformations that we were building. So your policymakers have to have open eyes and ears, and your technology players, they have to work in collaboration with each other. I think that if it happens, it's great. If it doesn't happen, it may actually end up hindering what you're trying to achieve.
Thank you, sir. So with this, we come to an end of the session. I thank all our esteemed speakers for engaging in this session and illuminating our understanding around digital innovation and data empowerment. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Team Digital India, since the session is over, maybe we can close.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's ended.